Be cool, be kind, be classy. The cupcakes are sweet and sexy. Have fun and enjoy the journey. Or just have a good attorney. No big whoop, no biggie. She lives near New York City. And not just a YouTube show. When you know, you better grab a straw. Learn about the law. It's cool here in the shade. Sipping motions of lemonade. Cool heads will prevail, kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Oh, Melanie Little is going live. Oh no, where is Melanie? Follow the island's melody. There's a concert within reach. No surprise, she's at Jones Beach. She heard some music far away. Captain Jack Sack Harbor Bay. He sings and his piano plays. Not all sounds are waterways. Speaking Yiddish and Latin, it's not just for Manhattan. It's for Goethe and Michegas. Ridiculousness that insanus. Oy vey, Marcus. Proset, that's for schmucks. Be cool, be kind, be classy. My cupcakes sweet and sassy. And not just a YouTube show. When you know. Cool heads will prevail. Kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Melanie Little is going live.
Oops, good morning. Good morning and happy Thursday. Today's Thursday, July 23rd today, and it's already nothing but technical difficulties. We're going old school today. We're going old school, like an old-fashioned podcast today. StreamYard is having issues. It has lost connection to my camera, and so today you're only going to get to listen to my voice. It's so, right. Are you having troubles too? I don't know. I thought it was just me. I've been sitting back here trying to be my own tech department to get everything to reconnect. I don't know if there was like a power surge the other day, but I just don't have the patience. I have an external webcam, and for some reason, I just can't get it to link up right now, and I don't feel like wasting the time to even try. I know StreamYard is insane. You guys are still talking about Grant. I was digesting it yesterday for pretty much the whole day, and I was kind of like, giving everyone a chance to catch up on it. For those of you who haven't watched the show that I did I tried power cycling everything. Oh, not the camera though. That might work. I'll try that later. Thank you though. That's a great tip. Usually I just try and restart everything, refresh browsers. And usually at some point it starts working again. I tried all that, except I didn't recycle the camera. You're right. I will try that later. How's everybody doing? So did you enjoy the show with Grant Smith Ellis? What was that? 2 days ago? Tuesday afternoon. That's right. Because I was supposed to go to Dave Matthews Tuesday night at Jones Beach, and it was rained out. There was tornado warnings and heavy rain. And anybody who's ever been to Jones Beach Theater knows that it is right on the water. The water rises, it floods. So it has been adjourned to next week. So I'm still very excited because I can still go next week instead of an outright cancellation, which absolutely sucks. Oh, yeah. It was a good show, right? So many people. I think it's the show that I've received the most comments about that people were actually watching it 2 and 3 times. Raise your hand if you had to watch it 2 or 3 times. I still haven't had a chance to rewatch the whole thing because there's so much information in there. Including, remember, he dropped some nuggets about this Netflix piece that's apparently coming out that is written, I guess, from the POV of the Haas defendants. And Gretchen Voss released a hit piece yesterday in Boston Magazine. I can't tell if it's a hit piece against Karen Read, Aidan Kearney, Adam Deitch, the jury, all of the above, some of the above, none of the above. We're gonna read that together and do a little fact checking on it because Grant told us that he said that Kate Peter and Gretchen Voss were the ones who pitched that Netflix project to Netflix, or we're working hand in hand with Netflix. And I did see Kate Peter did an interview. I think it was when she was on with Young Jerks, Mike Crawford. And she said he tried to ask her about it. And she was very skittish and she wouldn't talk about it. And then somebody sent me a clip of Mike Crawford saying something about me on some other show. I don't know if it was the same day or the next day. Maybe I don't know if it was on a Spaces or where it was. And he said, oh, wait until Netflix shows how slimy Melanie Little is. Did anybody hear that? That was wild. Oh, I can't wait to see if Netflix is using some of my content without my permission, because that'll be fun. So that was interesting. Yeah, what is Boston Magazine? Is it just like attached to the Boston Globe? Is it connected to the Boston Globe? Is it a separate publication? You did hear it, Melissa, right? It wasn't like somebody sent it to me. I don't even know where it was or where I can even find the clip. But somebody said Mike Crawford said this about you, and there was really no source for it, so I wasn't sure, but I do remember hearing it. Yeah, I don't know what happened to him. I don't know what happened to that guy. But he's platforming Kate Peter, and he seems to have gone on over to the dark side. And it's interesting. It's interesting, but it'll be interesting if Netflix uses my content without my consent or permission. I would love to see that happen. I don't know where he gets his information from, but it's wild. Boston Magazine is attached to Meatball's butt, says MVP 6692. Oh, that's where it was. Was it on the Turtleboy and Glare fundraiser the other day? Right. I think Aidan was playing a portion of something from somewhere, and I just don't know where it was from. And then somebody also sent me an email and said, Mike Crawford is disparaging you, as is the LTL guy, which is so shocking to me because Brian used to be a nice guy. He used to be a nice guy. I remember him first reaching out to me after I did the Garrett Wing show, and he wanted to know if he could review it on his channel, which is nice because most times people don't ask, they just do it. And I said, okay. And he was nice, and we had a friendship for a little while, and I would go on his show. He would come on my show. I think we did a show on the CDL scandal together against the MSP when that broke. And then, he tried to get Mark Betterow and I to go on a show. And then, things just fell off after a while because I got busy. He got busy, whatever. I never said a mean thing about him. And I thought that it's just wild what he's doing now. Because, he's got somebody in his ear, I think, pretty obviously. Emily said Sandpaper emailed me to ask to use something with my permission. Were they going to pay you for it? Number one, Emily. And number two, did you say yes? Because Emily, what's her name? Gretchen Voss did mention Emily C in her hit piece, which I thought was interesting. It's wild. What do you want to do first? I have the Turtleboy made a second motion to dismiss. He need a second motion to dismiss against Brian Higgins and Brian Albert, saying that they are public officials. And so therefore the rules of defamation are different and the proof is different. And therefore those cases should be dismissed. And the response to that is interesting because they don't really specifically address Higgins and Brian Albert in their papers. Neither did their complaint, which is, as you remember, when we went over that complaint, I said, this is very general. It doesn't say which allegations are for which plaintiffs. It's just like, oh, she said all of us in the house were murderers, and so did he. And so therefore he defamed us. It wasn't really specific enough. Yeah, this has been going on for a long time, Dobie Mama. In fact, he's been going after Child Channel for far longer than he's been coming after me. And that is interesting. But we're not really here to give him any airtime. Yeah, interesting is one word. One word to describe Gretchen Voss. Sassy Desk Diaries, I don't know why you were put on timeout. I know that you've been nothing but positive And so I don't know. I back my mods 100%. So maybe it happened by accident. I can tell you that if I'm ever doing the moderating, which I rarely am, only for short, and I'm trying to do it on my phone, sometimes, it's hard to click on a certain person if you want to look at their history or whatever. So don't worry about it. Just don't worry about it. You're back. So if you're in the chat, I can see you. You're not blocked. You're not timed out. But whatever my mods do, I back them 100% because I have to. Because without them, I could never, ever run this channel. And again, this one as well, cupcakes petitioning for activity. Again, YouTube does it sometimes too. If you're in the chat, you're in all caps, you're putting in 700 emojis, 700 of any emojis, turtle emojis, heart emojis, cupcake emoji, whatever it is, YouTube doesn't like it. They have bots also scanning all the chats, which is why I ask everyone to be careful about what they put in the chats, curse words, drug names, and other things such as that, because they have their own bots that go through it. Okay. All right. So what do you want to do first? You want to talk about Gretchen Voss, or you want to do the Aidan papers? It's your show today. You tell me. It seems that there is one more juror to be selected on the Lindsay Clancy case. They got 17. They're looking for 18. And so it seems that opening statements are going to be tomorrow. And I would like to cover day one with you. We have been covering Lindsay Clancy for, it feels like years. And the first witness, I am told, is going to be Patrick Clancy, Lindsay Clancy's ex-husband. I've heard that he has remarried, and Vinnie Politan also reported on that. I heard he remarried and lives in New York now. He's also the father of the children. He also has a lawsuit, as does Lindsay Clancy. Lindsay, I believe, Lindsay is represented by Rosemary Scapiccio for her medical malpractice case. And so that is why Rosemary Scapiccio has been in the courtroom every single day. So Rosemary Scapiccio does not only do criminal defense work, she also does plaintiff's work. Okay. Police Chief of Stoughton, has also been, I don't know, let go, but it seems that 2 days ago, or 2 days before she was let go, she had filed some sort of sexual harassment complaint or something. Okay. Again, you are here too. I can see you. You sent me an email and I took care of it, Lady Lore. So you're good. But again, can we just focus on the task at hand, if you don't mind? If you don't mind. Rosemary is one busy bee. Kathleen thinks that Gretchen Voss's article was designed to taint the jury pool. And let's take a look. So let's look at that first, because many of you may not have seen it. And it seems like Gretchen Voss was interviewed, or did interview all of the most of the Haas defendants, Haas plaintiffs, which is interesting because they can't show up for their depositions, but they have time to be interviewed by Gretchen Voss. And remember, at one point recently, Aidan said that he did an interview with Gretchen Voss, that she called him for comment or something, and he spoke to her. And so I don't know, because I haven't read this whole entire thing yet. I want to wait and do a real-time reaction with you guys. I don't know if he's even quoted in here, or if she just wanted to be able to say, I did speak to Aidan Kearney, right? Instead of, I tried to reach him and he had no comment, which is sometimes what they do just to cover their own asses, right? Sometimes what they do to cover their own asses. Let's take a look, or we can't take a look because you can't see me because I don't have a camera, but there, I have a motivational quote of the day for you from, let's see. So we have one, today's Thursday. Oh, all right. So we have one from yesterday and one from today. So yesterday's quote for Wednesday, July 22nd, motivational quote of the day, is a quote from Jesus Christ himself. And it says, for those who exalt themselves will be humbled, and those who humble themselves will be exalted. Okay. Pearls of wisdom from JC himself. For those who exalt themselves will be humbled, and those who humble themselves will be exalted. Oh, Thank you, June. Thank you, June, for liking it here. I appreciate you so much. Yes, this is another excellent question. Hold on a second. Thank you, June, for your kind comments, your kind comment. And I'm very happy that you're here. Gen X Gammy says, will Gilday have any concerns about this article? Exactly. He had concerns about Karen Read on the Today Show. In fact, it seemed to me like he watched it and he's not supposed to be doing any outside research as a judge. Will he have any concerns about all of them speaking to Gretchen Voss? That is an excellent question. Do you think so? Okay, today's actual quote is a Korean proverb. Today's Thursday, July 23rd. Words have no wings, but they can fly 1,000 miles. Oh, that is so good and so perfect as a segue into this hit piece by Gretchen Voss. Words have no wings, but they can fly 1,000 miles. And that is a Korean proverb. Also not disclosed in this article is Gretchen Voss's relationship with Kate Peter, the not so confidential informant or, helper of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, who provided them with lots of information and video clips, not just, I think, in Karen Read's case, but also in Aidan Kearney's case. Right? Okay, here's the affirmation for a badass today. And it reads, don't try to fit in. You were born to stand out. Don't try to fit in. You were born to stand out. Right? I know. Kate Peter told us everything. Everything. Thank you, Dave Matthews' neighbor. All right, let's take a look. Many of you may not have seen it, so settle in, because I'm sorry that you can't see me today. But just know that I love you with all of my heart. If I don't see you soon, I'm going to die. But thank you for the good advice on actually restarting. And maybe I have to reinstall the camera. I don't know. It's weird, but it is what it is. You get what you get, and you don't get upset. Okay, this article came out yesterday. All of the antis are raving about it like it's the greatest piece of literature ever scripted and published. It is published in Boston Magazine's, I think they have a print edition. Do they have a print edition? Yes, you're only seeing my picture today because my camera is not working because StreamYard is screwed up. There are some people actually who have channels that never, ever go on camera. I'm sorry, but it is what it is for today. All right, let's go. This is in Boston Magazine. I think they have a print edition. So this is in the print edition, and it dropped yesterday on the internet edition. And I don't know why. I don't know why. Maybe it, I don't know. Maybe it dropped. When I don't know when I don't know when the physical edition comes out. Is it out? I don't know. All right, here we go. Inside the campaign that acquitted Karen Read. Well, that's so interesting. The last time I checked, it was a jury that acquitted Karen Read, not a campaign. It comes inside the Boston Globe. Okay. All right. I get it. So like the New York Times Magazine comes inside I think the Sunday edition of the New York Times. And so this is connected to the Boston Globe. And that makes total sense. But today's the last day of Mercury retrograde. Thank you, Sunny Days. Thank you, Sunny Day. I appreciate you so much. I appreciate you so much because I can't wait for it to be over. There's been more technological issues than this month. So many. I know you're all mad about it, but let's talk about it. Maybe we can laugh about it. Try and keep me laughing. Try and keep me laughing in the chat. How's that? Okay. Here we go. Inside the campaign that acquitted Karen Read. We know it was a jury and not a campaign. However, this is the spin. You can already tell by the title of this article that this is the spin. That there must have been such a great campaign by Karen and her attorneys and Aidan Kearney that is what forced Karen Read's acquittal. Okay, let's go. It's like, you know who it is like? It's like Charlie Deloach. Let's put his picture up. Charlie Deloach was the foreman of Karen Read, trial number 2. the jury that acquitted Karen Read. And we watched an excellent interview with Charlie Deloach, and he's eye rolling right here in that little icon in the left-hand corner of your screen. Because he said in that interview, he said, oh, right as soon as the Commonwealth called their first witness, he said, oh, I guess this is how it's going to go. And he put his pen down and he never took another note. Praise be, Charlie. Hey, Charlie, it wasn't you and the rest of your jurors that acquitted Karen Read. It was this orchestrated campaign. Ready? Here we go. It's ASMR today. For 3 years, the witnesses in the Karen Read murder trial were harassed at their jobs, their homes, their children's sports games. It wasn't random. It wasn't a movement of true believers. It was a coordinated campaign against them. And now they're fighting back. Okay, again, thank you. This just brings more eyes to the case. These people are on their worldwide privacy tour. We have that. We have the worldwide privacy tour. Here it is. South Park season 26. Episode 2 is when Harry and Meghan of Canada go on their worldwide privacy tour. And they move across the street from Kyle. They go on every single morning show that they can get themselves on. And it's just like, we want our privacy. Stop looking at us. Stop paying attention to us. Come to your screen if you can, and I'll show you the South Park screen that I have here. Respect our privacy. Respect our privacy. This is the Afro Man effect, okay? Now so many more eyes are going to be on this. And if you want your privacy, why is it that you keep, go on with your bad selves. Keep getting out there, keep telling your story. Because what this first paragraph of this article says is that all of you who believe that John O'Keefe was not hit by a car and a car did not hit John O'Keefe, and all of you who watched 2 trials, listened to umpteen expert witnesses say that John O'Keefe was not hit by a car, that the injuries didn't line up, that the evidence didn't line up, and you yourselves got to listen to their testimony and read initial police reports and court documents. None of you are true believers, apparently. You, again, all of you are brainwashed by Karen's campaign and Turtleboy. Right? So maybe you're insulted by this first paragraph. Maybe not. But that's what they want everyone in the world to believe. I don't know what the publication is of this. I don't know what their circulation is or how many people read Boston Magazine. A lot of it's on the internet. I'm sure they get more internet views or web views than they do physical Boston Magazine views. But let's keep going. But she does have a nice picture of Aidan Kearney right there to start off her article, of him on the courthouse steps with the I love you ASL sign. Goes on to say, blogger Aidan Turtleboy Kearney leaves court on June 18th, 2025, the day Karen Read was acquitted of second-degree murder charges. I always tell you when we read things like this, or especially when we watch press conferences with district attorneys and others, that what they don't say is almost as important as what they do say. So as we read this, keep in mind all of the things that she fails to mention, and we'll talk about it later, because it's hard for me to watch the chat when I'm reading to you. And here's how they start off. It was 2:07 a.m. on April 18th of 2023 when Kearney sent a message from his home in Holden. Okay, wait 1 second. Just let me go back to this to say, for 3 years, the witnesses in the Karen Read murder trial were harassed at their jobs. She's saying that the harassment of these people did not start until, well, it's July now. So she's saying July of 2023. That's when the rolling rally was, right? June or July. Aidan's first article was April 2023. But remember, you and I both know, because we pay attention, that Jennifer McCabe was visited by the FBI ice cream truck before Aidan Kearney ever published his first article. Does she say that in this article? I don't know, because I haven't read the whole thing. The FBI was involved in investigating these people and interviewing them and coming to visit them before Aidan Kearney ever wrote one word about this case. Keep that in mind. It was 2:07 a.m. on April 18th, 2023, when Kearney sent a message from his home in Holden. He had been typing feverishly, working on his initial blog post about the murder of John O'Keefe. Now he attached it to a message for an intermediary between him and Read. Quote, read it over, end quote. Also, notice how she doxes his town, the town where he lives, Holden. Well done. Well done. Quote, change exonerating to exonerate at the end of the first paragraph. Read responded through the intermediary at 2:09 a.m., according to an extraction of Kearney's cell phone, which was obtained by prosecutors as a result of witness intimidation charges against Kearney and became public. Oh, wait a second. What? After he sent it to a now former girlfriend and others. Oh, that's interesting. Did he send it to her? Or did she hack into his system and get it? I don't know. It's unclear because I don't watch everything Aidan does, and I don't know everything that Aidan has said. But only if you know the answer to this. The chat just froze, so I guess YouTube is having issues too. If and only if you know the answer to this, did he send it to Meredith? Because he doesn't mention Meredith. She doesn't mention Meredith O'Neill's name. Did he send it to Meredith O'Neill and others, or was he hacked? Jessica says no. He doesn't even have a copy of his own phone extraction. She doesn't mention here that it was illegally obtained and then released to the internet. Huh. Everyone else says no. She took it. She took it. She took the hard drive from his bag when he was at the gym and downloaded a copy. That I don't know about that. She stole it. Friend of Dog is here gifting 10 memberships so early on a Thursday morning. Thank you. You're the sweetest. To the 10 new members, welcome. People say she took it off the computer when he was showering. Did she get that piece of information from her interview that she did with Aidan Kearney? So she says that through the intermediary, and we know who the intermediary is. Her name's Natalie. I don't know how to pronounce her last name, so I'm not going to. Somebody used to call her Natalie the German, but she spoke to Gretchen Voss because she's got a beef, apparently. Through the intermediary, Karen said two things in this paragraph. Change exonerating to exonerate at the end of the first paragraph. Quote, he has a niece and nephew. And I don't know why the nephew is all in caps, if that's the way it came through from Natalie or what. I know. I'm sorry. My camera won't hook up to the StreamYard today. It's an issue. Thank you, replied Kearney. Keep them coming and I'll live edit. At 2:14 a.m., Read sent another note through the intermediary. Kerry, all in caps, and then in parentheses it says Roberts, repeated the same story as Jen. Oh, he sent her a message to correct this or to retract it. Oh, that's interesting. James says she should work for the National Enquirer or the Boston Globe. This is attached. This Boston magazine comes with the Boston Globe. So they are attached. She kept sending edits until 3:06 a.m. when she was satisfied. Amazeballs sauce, she wrote, according to the phone extraction. Thank you so much. I've said this a million times. For some reason, I just can't picture Karen Read ever using the expression amazeball sauce. Or were those Natalie's words? And again, according to the phone extraction. So now we know that somebody has given Gretchen Voss Aidan Kearney's total phone extraction that he doesn't even have. Is Judge Gilday going to have any grave concerns about this? Has Gretchen Voss made herself a witness in these cases now? I would submit to you, yes. Can somebody request all of her notes? I would submit to you, yes. Remember, they got her notes. Didn't they get her notes in the criminal case? And didn't they get all of the cutting room floor footage from that Terry Moore documentary? And didn't Gretchen Voss make an application during one of the trials, one of the criminal trials of Karen Read, that she was afraid for her life? And that was one of the reasons why she didn't want to turn stuff over and or didn't want to testify and or didn't want to be sequestered. I don't remember. But I remember her filing a bunch of papers before one of the trials and also asking, even though she was on the witness list, to be able to sit in court. That's right. That's why they can get her notes, because there is no journalistic shield in Massachusetts. It is the worst place to be a journalist, in my opinion. We covered this recently when we covered the Mandy Matney contempt order. Mandy Matney is a reporter in the Low Country of South Carolina that reported extensively on the Murdochs. South Carolina does have a reporter's shield or privilege, but it's limited. Massachusetts has none. Yeah, will Gilday call an emergency meeting and bring all the lawyers in for tomorrow? I don't know. And all the parties? How did this information get leaked? Because Gretchen Voss now has his entire phone extraction and Aidan Kearney doesn't, right? Hope they like it, Kearney wrote through the intermediary, a former college acquaintance of Read's named Natalie, Wiweke. If anyone knows exactly how to pronounce that, let me know. But for now, I'm just going to call her Natalie. She tried to cozy up with Karen. These are my words now, not the articles. She tried to cozy up with Karen, like reached out to her through social media somehow when all this was going down. And I think Karen even like barely knew her or something. And Natalie introduced, well, let's keep reading and see how Gretchen Voss tells the story. They love it. Incredible, Natalie replied. The week prior, Natalie had been introduced to Kearney over Facebook by one of his followers. The two began texting, and that was Jen Altman, wasn't it? Wiweke. Wiweke? Thank you. That's the way I would have pronounced it. Wiweke. That was Jen Altman, right? I think. Tell me if I'm wrong. That Jen Altman connected Natalie and Aidan. The two began texting, and after getting Read's approval, Wiweke started receiving information from Read and passing it to Kearney, according to Natalie Wiweke, and messages from Kearney's phone extraction. Aidan has the extraction now. The format he got it in was not compatible with his Mac, says Karen. There was other information Read wanted to make sure Kearney had. She started sending me pictures of Jen McCabe, Colin's battered knuckles, all the different Alberts, and just who's who. Wiweke, who now regrets her support of Read, told me, yeah, because she got dropped by Karen like a bad habit. Okay, so Natalie is out there talking to Gretchen Voss. She too has made herself a witness. Congratulations, Natalie. Do you remember? Was it Yuri Buchanan? Who was it that flew out to California to meet with Natalie? Was it Yuri and Tully? I remember we went over the invoices of that trip. Natalie was a college acquaintance. It was Tully. You guys are telling me it was Tully. So they actually flew Tully to California to meet with Natalie. And I imagine that that was in their quest to try and indict Aidan and Karen for witness intimidation together for conspiracy to commit witness intimidation. Unless it was for Aidan's first charges, I don't recall, because there's so many attempts and charges and wasting of taxpayer money that it's hard to keep it straight. And tell me this. Did Tully interview Natalie before they ever interviewed Colin Albert? That would be interesting. That was part of the grand jury around the time his bail was revoked, says Kerry. Motion granted. You can call Tully the octopus because he has his hands in everything. Thank you, Jackie. That included a photo from Read, which Kearney published, supposedly showing state police lead investigator Michael Proctor with McCabe's daughters. In fact, they were not McCabe's daughters. Kearney was an unlikely person to take on this role. Less than 2 weeks after O'Keefe's death the prior year, he addressed the case on a YouTube live stream. Quote, "No doubt she killed him because obviously the taillight was out, but who the F intentionally kills someone by backing into them?" he told his fans. He speculated that Read was drunk and had driven into her boyfriend by accident. Well, thank you, Gretchen, for telling everyone that Aidan came to his very firm beliefs by actually doing some research and investigating and reading court documents and police reports. Because just like all of us who initially saw the breaking news about a woman being arrested for hitting her Boston police officer boyfriend with her car and leaving him to die in the snow, her car being seized, and there was ring camera footage of the incident. That was the initial story. It got picked up right away by the Daily Mail, and it was across the pond before you could even sneeze. We watched we watched the video. It was attached as an exhibit to the amended complaint. Doesn't that even prove more to you that he came to his own conclusions? That, however, was before Read and her lawyers started giving him access to information about the case to report for them, which could make him a star, an award-winning journalist even. Wait, didn't he already win an award before he ever started reporting on Karen Read? Look at Jack. Jack is here. He says, as soon as it involved Canton police, I knew she was innocent. Gen X Gammy says, he also said that it was reported to be on camera, Gretchen. Do some research yourself instead of relying on Kate Peter. He speculated that Read was drunk and had driven into her boyfriend by accident. That, however, was before Read and her lawyers started giving him access to information about the case to report for them, which could make him a star, an award-winning journalist even. Parens, quote, please tell TB he will get all the credit from my camp when this blows up and when I talk to Dateline next, end quote. Read wrote to Kearney via Natalie. Again, like, how do we know? How do we know? I can't wait until Natalie's under oath and has to be deposed. Natalie could have been making her own shit up. Is there any evidence that these are actually Karen's words? And even if they are, who cares? There's nothing wrong with speaking to a journalist. As you know, Gretchen, because all of the people that you spoke to have a lawsuit against Aidan and Karen for defamation, and they're talking to you. Huh. Communicating through text and Signal, an encrypted messaging app, and eventually by phone, Read would go on to use Kearney to disseminate the alternative theory she hoped would upend the case against her and keep it from ever reaching trial. Well, thank you for saying that that's their motive here. That this theory would upend the case against her and keep it from ever reaching trial. That's petitioning activity, my dear. That is what you call petitioning activity. You have just told us that Karen Read's theory and Aidan Kearney's theory and their motive was that it would upend the case against her and keep it from ever reaching trial. You know what's so funny about that? That's, first of all, that's petitioning activity, which is protected activity under the anti-SLAPP statute. But also, there's nothing wrong with using a reporter to tell your story. And also, by the way, if you look at the guy right above my icon here, that's Charlie Deloach, the foreman of the jury that actually acquitted Karen Read in 2025. A little over 1 year ago. She was acquitted, and it's a whole nother episode. Tell me without telling me that you wrote this article to try and get Karen Read some more charges and Aidan Kearney some more charges. Kearney called himself an investigative reporter, but his first blog was based entirely on court documents from the defense, including a motion and 92-page affidavit filed 5 days earlier on April 12th. Oh, was that around the day that Jen McCabe was visited by the FBI ice cream truck and lied to them? Because she thought that they were selling Electrolux vacuums or Cutco knives or something. Said she was her sister, Nicole. Imagine writing a blog based entirely on official court filings. Wow. He was doing investigative reporting for 10 years before he ever heard the name Karen Read. In it, Read and her celebrity attorney from Los Angeles, Alan Jackson, argued that Brian Albert and his nephew Colin Albert were responsible for O'Keefe's death and that Jennifer McCabe helped cover it up along with investigators. Well, a lot of people still think that. And guess what? Hasn't been disproven. But now you're bringing more attention to it. And how many more people are going to become interested in this case? Because Karen Read has been acquitted. No one else has been arrested for the murder of a Boston police officer yet. And if you think the feds have stopped trying, you might be mistaken. I wonder if she talks about the statute of limitations on murder and how there is none in Massachusetts. From that first post and the hundreds more that would follow, putting the blame on the witnesses became a recruiting feature of Kearney's coverage. I'm sorry, not a recruiting feature, a recurring feature of Kearney's coverage as Read continued to direct it. The morning the first blog hit, it jolted the tight-knit Canton community, rippling through group chats and youth sports sidelines. The witnesses' phones started blowing up, their DMs filling with questions and accusations. In the face of the online harassment, the witnesses rushed to shut down their social media accounts. Read appeared pleased with the fallout. They're all folding, she texted Kearney through YWiki. Yes, everyone hit the like button. Don't forget. For Kearney, the reaction was welcome. His page views, largely from readers who call themselves turtle riders, surged to a reported 80,000 a day that April, up from about 40,000, according to figures Kearney previously provided to Boston Magazine. Many of those followers would form part of the Free Karen Read movement, acting as foot soldiers in a campaign against the witnesses that he directed after taking his own marching orders from Read and her lawyers. I mean, for those of you who follow Turtleboy and who have followed him for years and years and years, do you think that he takes orders from anyone? I don't know. I'm just Just spitballing with you. Do you think he takes marching orders from anyone? I mean, I love the Alan Jackson, Hollywood, Los Angeles attorney, like she's like, he's not even from here. He's not even from here. Reading her celebrity attorney from Los Angeles, Alan Jackson. You're all a bunch of foot soldiers in the chat. Did you know that? You foot soldiers. You're so easily swayed and led. A few days later, on April 22nd, Kearney, using the Canton Police Department's incident report, which the defense had recently filed unredacted against court rules with the witness's personal information, called McCabe and Brian Albert while live streaming and accused them of covering up O'Keefe's murder. He claimed McCabe was sleeping with Albert, her sister's husband. Oh, what? First of all, I didn't know that. But way to put it out there. Way to put it out there, Gretchen Voss. He claimed that Jennifer McCabe was sleeping with Brian Albert. Did anybody know that? Her sister's husband? Well, I mean, we did know because Karen told us in one of her interviews that John O'Keefe told her on one of their first dates that there was a big swinger community in Canton. We do know that Jennifer McCabe wanted Karen Read to leave the waterfall with her. Remember? You're coming with me. Grant had some interesting things to say about that the other day. So, way to put it out there, Gretchen Voss. If you didn't think the rumors were going to go rampant after this, okay. Remember that Jennifer McCabe has known Brian Albert since she was 6. Do you think this is going to ramp up the speculation? Okay. I'll allow it. Sai says, I heard that rumor too, even before I knew who Turtleboy was. Wow. Thank you, see you, Buffs RN. Go Buffs. Go Buffs. Jay West says, I still wonder why Karen called John a pervert. It's a very deliberate word to use. There's swingers in every community, says Just Shamrock. Exactly. Just look for the upside down pineapple. So way to fuel the fire on these rumors. Way to renew the fire on these rumors. Then he showed images of that unredacted report on the live stream. His thousands of viewers now had the witnesses' private phone numbers, addresses, and social security numbers. After Kearney's stream, Reed's local attorney, David Yannetti, texted to congratulate him. That was priceless, dude. Great effing show. Really enjoying the turtle reporting. He wrote, adding that Kearney mispronounced his name, but I love how you followed it up by, quote, that proves that I am not talking to them, according to Kearney's phone extraction. Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait to see if this gets worse and she defames Yannetti and Jackson even more, and how that's going to go. The next day, Natalie sent Kearney a message from Reed, who wanted him to write more about the secret federal probe. Quote, not public. The feds have been involved longer than anyone is likely guessing, Reed told him. A week later, Natalie relayed confidential federal grand jury information that Reed should not have known about. The first assistant U.S. attorney, they don't shoot and miss. They have a case and way more evidence than we do. I know this for a fact. Jen McCabe testifies this coming week. I'm not sure about the others. This is not going to trial for me. If she said that, she would be wrong. The following week, on May 3rd, the first pretrial court appearance following Kearney's inaugural blog, it appeared clear that the effort to seed the alternative theory through Kearney's coverage was working. Well, again, The intent was to tell the world that she was innocent. John O'Keefe was not hit by a car, and a car did not hit John O'Keefe. So something else happened to him. And in her effort to actually get justice for John O'Keefe, she wanted the world to know about it. Can you blame her? For the first time, a crowd of protesters gathered outside the courthouse, and a few dozen TV cameras and reporters were there to capture it. Well, I guess it worked. People paid attention, but they'd like to call themselves supporters and not protesters, because really, what are they protesting about? They're actually there to support an innocent woman. No, this will never end, Dottie Forgotti. In fact, she just threw a whole propane tank on the fire. A whole propane tank. They were clapping, Jackson told Boston Magazine in 2023. And then as we walked in, the door shut, they started applauding, and we realized, okay, things have just shifted. Isn't that a good thing? People started paying attention, and that was all the way back May 3rd of 2023. If you were there that day on May 3rd, 2023, at the first pretrial court appearance, let me know. Let me know how many people you think were there. Inside the courthouse, the next step in the campaign was about to unfold. 2 weeks earlier, on April 20th, 420, just days after publishing his first post, Kearney had spoken with Read's defense team, who confirmed to him the federal investigation was underway. According to Kearney's phone extraction and admissions Kearney later made on his YouTube livestream, where he acknowledged that Read's team had been his source. That same day, after the call, Kearney posted a blog detailing the federal probe. In it, Kearney wrote, quote, according to reliable sources close to the matter, a federal grand jury has subpoenaed multiple witnesses who were in the home of Boston police officer Brian Albert on the night fellow BPD officer John O'Keefe was killed. The FBI has taken over the investigation, and they have visited the homes of multiple witnesses. He confirmed with 100% certainty that Jennifer McCabe had received a subpoena, even though federal grand jury information is supposed to be strictly confidential. At that time, Kearney publicly denied, including to me, Gretchen Voss, while reporting my story in the subsequent months, that he had any contact with Read or her team. On a later live stream, he acknowledged that he had lied to me at Read's request. She sounds butthurt that he would lie to her. It's called a tip, Voss. Thank you, Firefly. Thank you, Glamousous, for giving 5 memberships. How are you? How are you? And to the 5 so randomly gifted by YouTube, welcome. I mean, it's wild to me that a reporter is writing a disparaging article about another reporter who's actually receiving tips and reporting on them. Right? Protecting his source. Exactly. On May 3rd, the defense team's leak came full circle. Right. The grand jury was in a public building. He knows people. Hello. Sometimes we need to bring our girl Cardi B in here to say it for us.
Hello.
Hello. Hello, I'm here.
I don't know anything about anything happening in New Jersey, so if you can just hold that, I'll check into it and I'll report on it later if I can verify. The grand jury was in a public building. He knows people. Hello. Somebody said Voss is annoyed that Karen didn't call her. Wait, is that what you said? Yeah, that's what Chad says. Voss is annoyed that it wasn't her. On May 3rd, the defense team's leak came full circle. It's been reported that the federal authorities have now gotten involved in the circumstances surrounding this case and have impaneled a federal grand jury to investigate some of the circumstances. Jackson, announced to the court. He told the world about it. Then, raising his voice for dramatic effect, he added, Karen Read should not have to wait for the feds to figure out which heads should roll. I mean, how often do the feds get involved in a state murder investigation? Hardly ever. That should tell you something. First of all, nobody knows why the federal investigation started or what it was actually trying to uncover, whether it was systemic corruption in Massachusetts in general, whether it was corruption in the Massachusetts State Police, whether it was corruption in the Norfolk DA's office, all of the above, whether it had to do with the murder of Sandra Birchmore. And the feds don't announce when they're done. Jackson was able to speak about federal involvement on the grand jury in open court and have it entered into the public record because it had already been reported by Turtleboy. What? You think that because Turtleboy reported it, that enabled Alan Jackson to talk about it? What? That makes zero sense. In a later court filing opposing a proposed gag order, Yannetti argued that Jackson had merely been reiterating what had already been publicly reported. Not, he said, revealing anything about the grand jury being impaneled, quote, something about which the defense team would have no knowledge, end quote. What Yannetti did not add is that it had been reported because his team had leaked it to Kearney. Aidan has lots of sources, not just Karen. And also, it is important to note that the gag order was not allowed by Judge Cannoni. One of her only decisions that I actually agreed with. And then it doesn't say, or maybe it does because we didn't get there yet, that right after the gag order was denied, that is when Michael Morrissey released his hostage video. Because he was mad. Jackson and Yannetti did not respond to requests for comment. Okay, good. So keep bashing them. But the defense team's role in the federal investigation went back further than merely leaking it to the press. Huh. Oh, there's Colin Albert on the stand. She includes a picture of Colin because Colin did interview with her for this article too. He can interview with Gretchen Voss, but he can't possibly find time before he enlists in the Army to sit for his deposition that he was previously subpoenaed for. So that's interesting. Colin Albert on the stand during the 2024 Karen Read trial. Oh, here comes Colin's interview with Gretchen Voss. Did you kill John O'Keefe? Colin Albert says. Adam Deitch, an assistant U.S. attorney, yelled at him. No, he replied, shocked. Tell us the truth. It was a suffocatingly hot day in late July 2023 when Colin was called to testify before the federal grand jury at the Moakley courthouse. Colin recalls. 19 years old and recently finished with his freshman year at Bridgewater State, where he played football. He says he didn't understand why he was even there. Really? Really? He didn't understand why he was even there? Okay. Colin's lawyer was not allowed inside the small square room where Rosa Juror faced him. Well, that is true. That's how the grand jury works. The other lawyers don't get to come in. The only people in there are the prosecutors and the grand jury and the witness. Not one, as is customary, but two federal attorneys questioned him. Two of them were Adam Deitch, an assistant U.S. attorney who is now running for Norfolk County District Attorney, and Josh Levy, the acting U.S. attorney for the District of Massachusetts, a role that doesn't typically question witnesses. Okay. Who's her source for this information? Do you know what that tells me? That 2 federal attorneys were in there questioning him. They've got a hell of a lot more information than we know about. Hell a lot more information than we know. Thanks for telling us everything, because we didn't know this, but Colin's telling her this. And that's wild. That's how seriously they're taking this. It's not over. If you think it's over, you'd be mistaken. Was it a perjury setup? I don't know. He had no idea why he was there. Oh, Dustin Chow, another assistant U.S. attorney, was also present. I mean, whatever it is that they're investigating, probably still having to do with this case specifically, is huge. Huge. 2 federal attorneys questioning him. Another one in the room. This runs deep. It runs deep. Behind Colin's shoulder, Kearney's tweets and blogs were projected onto a screen. Colin says, every single thing came from him. They didn't use anything else, nothing else, Colin tells me, noting that they didn't even bother to take Kearney's name off the screenshots. Wait a second. Okay, so Colin is telling you that in the federal grand jury, they were showing Turtleboy's tweets and blogs on a screen behind him in the federal grand jury. What? Does anybody believe that? Do you think that maybe he's confusing this with a different grand jury proceeding? Did he testify at another grand jury involving Turtleboy? So his petitioning activity works. But wait a second. Do you think that he's confused? First of all, he doesn't even know why he's there. He's supposed to be talking about the federal grand jury. Do you think at the federal grand jury, they put Aidan Kearney's tweets and blogs on a screen behind him? What? That can't be right. It can't be right. It was late July of 2023. I mean, this could be an outright mistake. Every single thing came from him. They didn't use anything else, nothing else, Colin tells me, noting that they didn't even bother to take Kearney's name off the screenshots. Eventually, they accused me of every single thing Kearney said. They also projected, Colin says, the same pictures that Kearney had published on his blog. Colin playing football, Colin at a wedding when he was a young boy, Colin's bloody knuckles. Those pictures, according to Kearney's phone extraction, had originated with Read, who had found them while trolling Facebook late at night and sent them to Kearney through the intermediary to print online. According to Colin, the material federal prosecutors put before the grand jury had, in significant part, originated with Kearney. What he didn't know at the time was that Kearney had received it from Read. What? Wasn't it also pointed out, I think, in Alan Jackson's cross of Colin, because Colin, remember, only testified at trial number 1, that he showed up to the federal grand jury with busted up knuckles? Because I just watched a compilation that came out. I think it was Next Witness that published it, of Colin's testimony from trial 1, and I think that's where I heard it. That he showed up to the federal grand jury with busted up knuckles, right? Okay, thank you, Craftastical. Thank you. Sometimes I need affirmation from the chat. Let me just shout out that video because it is really good. It's a good compilation. It is in my history. Where is it? Next witness, Colin Albert voir dire law tube reaction compilation. Right. It was in the voir dire of Colin Albert. Because remember, Colin Albert had to do a voir dire outside the presence of the jury before the judge would allow him to testify to all that stuff. So excellent timing on your drop of that video. Next witness. Moving on. After hours of confrontational, combative questioning, Colin asked for a break, went back into the small room where his lawyer waited and broke down. Oh no, did he have a panic attack? How's he going to survive in the army after he broke down after a couple of hours of questioning in a federal grand jury proceeding? I mean, come on. How's boot camp working out? When it was all over, he broke down again in his father's car. I couldn't stop shaking. I couldn't even speak, Colin says. I was like, what the F did they do to me in there? Well, you broke down again in your father's car. Was it the Ford Edge? Was it the Ford Edge that nobody ever investigated? Huh. Huh. Well, I mean, he's telling us a lot. I don't know if he's mistaken about which grand jury this was, but she's saying it's the federal grand jury. So, I mean, listen, I'm sure she vetted her story very carefully, right? She probably spoke to Colin's dad, Chris Albert, about it. But hours of confrontational, combative questioning. I mean, listen, what does that indicate to you? That the feds were drilling down on Colin Albert. Right. And remember, he testified about not talking about this case to anyone. That's right. Lovely. Lovely finds by Tiffany. That's true. That is true, Jackie. I forgot Colin was Courtney's little buddy because he was a very anxious child. Huh. Right. Gertie says, I'm sure Colin loves having the breakdown information all over the internet. Not so good for his street cred. Lottie's mom says they had something on him. Thanks for your opinion. Huh. H-Bag says, those pics of the knuckles didn't come from Karen. They came from another source. I am 100% positive on that. Remember where they came from? They came from, it was like a bar that had published them on Facebook. A lot of people are excellent armchair detectives. Many of you are armchair detectives. We saw during a recent FOIA request dump, there were many people sending stuff to the DA's office. Kate Peter admitted on the interview that I watched with Grant that she and many other concerned citizens and the witnesses were constantly sending things to the DA's office. Do you think that people don't constantly send things to Aidan Kearney? She's claiming that all of this stuff came from Read right here. What he didn't know at the time was that Kearney had received it from Read. The picture of Colin as a ring bearer at Courtney's wedding, Colin's bloody knuckles. He's got a lot of sources and people send him a lot of information. But what we're now learning is that they did question him for hours at the federal grand jury. He couldn't stop shaking. He couldn't even speak. I was like, what the F did they do to me in there? I mean, he told Gretchen everything. Can't wait for Karen's team and Aidan's team both to request her notes and or her video recordings of these interviews, because they're going to be entitled to them in the civil cases. And don't you think that Gretchen Voss records her interviews? Okay, keep going. Norfolk County District Attorney Michael Morrissey has called the federal intervention in his office's murder case unprecedented. Oh, yes, he did. That was the hostage video. He is not the only one. According to a former assistant U.S. attorney who worked in the office's public corruption unit, it is rare for the federal government to open a parallel investigation into an active state homicide case, and rarer still for a murder defendant's attorneys to bring the case to him. Oh, really? Do you think she's actually now going to go on with the theory that the feds opened their investigation because Alan Jackson and David Yannetti brought the case to them? Okay, go on with your bad self. Wow, just wow. The fact that she might be willing to risk her entire career and credibility as a journalist by running with this story, and the fact that Boston Magazine would publish this, is wild to me. Okay, let's keep going. It sounds like she really, really, really doesn't want Adam Deitch to win the Norfolk District Attorney's race. Huh. How exactly Read's defense team got the ear of the U.S. Attorney's Office before the federal investigation began remains unclear. Okay. Okay, but in your last sentence, you just said it is rare still for a murder defendant's attorneys to bring the case to them. You think that's how it works? They just call the FBI or the U.S. Attorney's Office and they're like, hey, listen, got a case for you. Got a case for you. You might want to check this out. Right, because Alan Jackson and his Hollywood connections, he's from Los Angeles. So obviously, the U.S. Attorney's Office would just do whatever he asks. I mean, after all, they did use the private investigator who had also worked on the Harvey Weinstein case. I wonder if she's going to throw that in here somewhere. What's clearer is that a series of documented connections, some direct, some circumstantial, between people around Read's case and people around the federal office that took it up. Okay. Oh my God. Remember when they tried to tell us how Michael Proctor had no personal relationships with any of the Alberts or any of the McCabes? Remember when they told us that? And remember when we just recently watched the interviews by the Massachusetts State Police that were taken at Michael Morrissey's request in March and April of 2023 of Julie Albert and Chris Albert and Courtney Proctor. And we learned for the first time that Julie Albert was Courtney Proctor's nanny for 9 years. And how Julie Albert tried to minimize it and didn't even admit it until interview number 3, and only when it was brought up by Captain Benson. But Courtney Proctor, Michael Proctor's sister, admitted it right away, that Julie Albert was like a big sister to her because she doesn't have a big sister. Okay. But now you're going to talk about tenuous connections between Yannetti and Karen Read and the U.S. Attorney's Office. Okay, let's go. Let's go. Yannetti, back to the document, back to the article. Yannetti had a prior professional relationship with Rachel Rollins, the U.S. Attorney for Massachusetts, in the fall of 2022 when the federal probe began. Okay, so now you're telling us that that's when it started, in the fall of 2022? Okay. He had been invited to serve on Rollins' transition team when she took office in 2019. According to multiple sources, including Morrissey, Rollins deeply disliked Morrissey, whom she had publicly accused of being misogynistic. Remember Michael Morrissey's crazy letters that he was writing to everyone around? I think they started in May of 2023. I have a whole show about it. We went over all of the Morrissey letters. And he was he was talking about how he was trying so hard to find out what it was that they were investigating or who it was that they were investigating. And he brought up Rachel Rollins and Chow, I think also, and a bunch of other people who really had it out for him. And his letters kept ramping up, and they sounded like paranoid delusions. And then it says, according to multiple sources, including Morrissey, Rollins deeply disliked Morrissey, whom she had publicly accused of being misogynistic. Well, that's why he and Michael Proctor would get along so well. So I guess Morrissey also spoke to Gretchen Voss. I have said, how many times have I said that Michael Morrissey needs to be called as a witness, that he needs to be put under oath and have to answer questions? That's interesting. So Morrissey is talking to Gretchen Voss too. Cool. Again, I don't know anything about Turtleboy and what's happening in New Jersey, okay? I cannot talk about something that I do not know about. Could you please stop putting it in the chat so that I can find it and report on it if I can vet it, okay? Don't know anything about it right now. Whatever happened while I was actually on here talking to you. In a letter he wrote to the DOJ's Office of Professional Responsibility after learning his witnesses were being subpoenaed to the federal grand jury, right? His witnesses, all of them saw nothing. I'm reminding you, they saw nothing. What are they witnesses to? What are they witnesses to? Morrissey formally raised what he called concerns about motive, conflict or appearance of conflict, and potential bias by the Office of the U.S. Attorney from Massachusetts, right? That was one of his crazy paranoid letters. They're out to get me. They're out to get me. He wanted to know if the investigation was into him and the Norfolk DA's office. He was getting real nervous. And the letters are wild. And he's a fine one to talk about conflict or appearance of conflict because the special prosecutor, Cosgrove, has told us that he has been in cahoots with Morrissey the entire time that he's been hired as the special prosecutor against Aidan Kearney. So really, I'm finding this article so far to be very helpful. Very helpful. There's all kinds of people celebrating out there, the people who think that Karen Read killed John O'Keefe with a car, and all of the supporters of the Haas defendants. But this is actually really helpful in a lot of ways. Because if Michael Morrissey has been publicly accused of being misogynistic, which I did not know before, but thanks for telling me, Gretchen Voss, then it's even more clear why he really, really, really wanted to convict Karen Read, right? As if you needed another reason for his heels to be so dug in on wanting to really, really convict Karen Read, even after the feds turned over all of that exculpatory information before trial number 1. And it was Josh Levy who did it on a conference call with the defense and Adam Lally's office. Adam Lally and whoever else was on the call. And Josh Levy, when turning over 3,000 pages of information that the feds had uncovered, including the ARCA reports, the text messages of Michael Proctor, the group text messages of the Haas defendants, telling the guy never went in the house. Don't text about it. We'll learn more tomorrow. They're at the Asian house. What an ethical prosecutor would have done is said, you know what? Maybe this is not the case for us to die on the Hill with. But they doubled down. And not only did they persecute her once after the hung jury, they announced immediately, within hours, that they intended to do it again, and they did. Marcy wrote that Chow, the head of the U.S. Attorney's Public Corruption Unit, who is heading up the federal investigation, had asked a Massachusetts State Police detective in 2018 if he had any kind of damaging information on the district attorney, first assistant, or the Norfolk DA's office. Oh, wow. Hold on. Wait. And then she has in parentheses, I confirmed this with the detective who added that Chow had disparaged Morrissey in vulgar terms and told him I would do a case against that guy if you know anything about him. Oh, wow. So they've been looking into Morrissey since 2018? At least. And that's why Morrissey was trying to get the U.S. Attorney's office in Massachusetts removed from the case because he thought that they had a personal beef against him. He really wanted to try and find out what exactly it is that they were investigating. But now we know, because Gretchen Voss did the work for us, that this Massachusetts State Police detective was questioned by Chow in 2018, way before the murder of John O'Keefe. 4 years prior to that, they were onto him. Huh. That is interesting. She doesn't name this detective, but she did speak to him. And guess what? In Massachusetts, her sources aren't protected because there's no journalistic shield or privilege. What a shame. But now we know that the U.S. Attorney's Office, the Public Corruption Unit at the U.S. Attorney's Office has been looking at Morrissey since at least 2018. Thank you, Gretchen. The animosity, Morrissey wrote in his letter, stemmed from his office's attempt to demote Chow's wife, Laura, from her position at the Norfolk County DA's office years earlier. It says she resigned instead and filed an ethics complaint, which was dismissed. Huh. Morrissey also pointed to Rollins, who resigned in the wake of an investigation by the DOJ's Office of the Inspector General that found, among other ethical violations, that she tried to create the public impression that the DOJ was investigating a political opponent of hers. I believe that a reasonable person could conclude that the same type of tactics are being employed against the Norfolk District Attorney's Office in the Read investigation, Morrissey wrote. In an emailed response, Rollins says that, quote, the unsigned OIG report is an allegation, not a finding, and she disagrees with it. Well, thanks, Gretchen, for pointing out the longstanding beefs that a lot of people have against Morrissey, including that he's a misogynist. The pieces are starting to fall together now a little more clearly. The former assistant U.S. attorney told me that Kearney's blog was something federal prosecutors in the office would read. Most of the time, it was nothing, he said, but 10% of the time, there may be something there. Oh, why, thank you. Thank you so much. So now you're telling us that even the U.S. Attorney's Office found Kearney's reporting to be accurate and helpful to them. Thank you for that. That's a great endorsement for Aidan Kearney's reporting, that the assistant U.S. attorney even told Gretchen Voss this, that the federal prosecutors are reading Turtleboy and saying that it was helpful, that 10% of the time there may be something there, that it's credible. That's interesting. Petitioning activity, because even the assistant U.S. attorney's office, the former assistant U.S. attorney, hold on. According to a former assistant U.S. attorney who worked in the public corruption unit, does she name him? Does she say him or her, who she's talking to? She doesn't say who she's talking to, but again, they're going to be able to find out. I would bet you that Jeffrey Pyle is drafting subpoenas, notice of discovery as we speak for Gretchen Voss's notes, recordings, sources. Yeah, 10% of the time, it works every time. I'm not suggesting that anybody email anybody, so that's not the purpose of this stream. But I want to know who the former assistant U.S. attorney is that's telling Gretchen Voss that they read Aidan's blog and found it to be something that they could investigate at least 10% of the time. Huh. That is excellent information. And it goes to Aidan's credibility, right? And his in-depth investigative reporting. A lot of people are spinning this article as negative, but I'm telling you all the ways right now, and I didn't know that this was going to go this way, by the way, that I find this to be very helpful so far. Might not have been the greatest time to drop this article, but I can't speak to the timing. Turtleboy was right 10% of the time, according to the former assistant U.S. attorney. Huh. The office had, in fact, brought a public corruption case that Kearney's blog had covered aggressively. Monica Cannon Grant, a prominent activist whom Levy, Chow, and Deitch would indict and prosecute for, among other things, defrauding the city of Boston out of COVID relief funds. Kearney denies having ever spoken to anyone in the U.S. Attorney's Office. Okay, cool. But he probably never spoke to them, but they got the information from his article because he uncovered the public corruption of Monica Cannon Grant. Wow. So again, Aidan Kearney's reporting is so credible that what he had uncovered led to the prosecution of Monica Cannon Grant. Admittedly, I don't know who that is. I don't have time to research everything. Maybe those of you who are local do. But once again, thank you, Gretchen, for showing what an excellent journalist Aidan Kearney is when it comes to uncovering corruption. What year was that? Does anybody know what year that was? Thank you for boosting his credibility. Public corruption cases are notoriously hard to bring, the former assistant U.S. attorney told me, especially in blue Massachusetts, where there aren't two political parties investigating one another. Prosecutors are desperate for and rely on tips, he says, and take them from wherever they can, be it the Boston Globe Spotlight team or Kearney, anonymous whistleblowers, even a murder defendant. For her part, Read claimed in her communications with Kearney and others to have a direct line to the U.S. Attorney's Office. Okay, but wait a second. How do you know that the feds weren't reading Aidan Kearney's blogs like they did about Monica Cannon Grant and came to their own decision to launch an investigation? Right. Felicia says, so now Voss established his history of petitioning activity working for Turtleboy. Yep. I would submit to you that because the U.S. Attorney's Office had been reading his blog regularly, and in fact, his blog had uncovered the corruption involving Monica Cannon Grant, which they then went on to investigate that they were reading Turtleboy's Canton cover-up series, and they decided on their own to start investigating things like the 227 Google search, Haas long to die in cold. Yes, gray space. The feds showed up before Aidan did. That's even a great point. That's a great point. So whatever they knew or whatever they were looking into had to do with Jennifer McCabe, because she was visited before Aidan ever started reporting. Think about that. And then Aidan starts uncovering things. And then they decide to convene a grand jury because they're watching all along. We know that Jennifer McCabe was interviewed by the FBI in April before Aidan Kearney's first article on April 18th. And we learned from Gretchen Voss that the feds started investigating in the fall of 2022, way before Aidan Kearney got involved in this. Huh. None of this fully explains how Read's defense team got their case before the U.S. Attorney's Office. Well, you just told us that they read Turtleboy and that they were and we know that they were investigating before his first article ever happened. So let's keep going. But why the office took it up may be less mysterious. The former assistant U.S. attorney told me that the opportunity to potentially expose a major cover-up involving the state police, Canton PD, and the DA's office would have been, in his words, right in the wheelhouse of any U.S. attorney's office and career defining for whoever led it. That was Levy, then the acting U.S. attorney after Rollins' forced resignation. Levy did not respond to requests for comment. Huh. I mean, who is this mysterious former assistant U.S. attorney who's telling Gretchen Voss everything? However, it all went down in September of 2022, according to a statement from Jackson in court, the feds subpoenaed the defense's entire case file. I remember when he said that, and I remember thinking, what? Morrissey says his office reached out to Levy multiple times, offering to share the state's evidence from their investigation. Levy turned them down. Levy's like, I don't want your bogus information. I want to know what the defense knows. Instead, Levy called the witnesses before a grand jury. Yeah, that's how it's done. When you have the leverage that the feds have, sometimes you want to put pressure on. You drag people into the grand jury. That kind of stirs the pot, gets people talking, says the former assistant U.S. attorney, adding that if he had caught wind of an allegedly vast conspiracy, he too would have pulled at a few strings to see where they led. Okay. Oh, here's big mean Brian Albert on the stand. I'm just saying mean because he looks mean. I don't know if he's mean in real life. He's probably a really, really super nice guy. Look at Judge Cannoni in the background with the side eye. So on brand. Where that led, Brian Albert believes. Oh, so Brian Albert also talked to Gretchen Voss. Excellent. Can't wait to see those notes. Well, we won't see them, but I'm sure Aidan and Karen's defense team will, as well as Karen's plaintiff's lawyers in her civil rights case. Where that led, Brian Albert believes, was to the witnesses being treated as suspects. Oh, well, it's about time. Hold on a second. Isn't your whole argument in your defamation case, Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, Colin Albert, and Jennifer McCabe, that you were never even considered suspects, and yet Aidan Kearney went around calling you all murderers? And now you're telling Gretchen Voss that you actually were treated as suspects? Which is it? You can't use it as a shield and a sword. Huh. Where that led, Brian Albert believes, was to the witnesses being treated as suspects. How dare they? How dare the feds do something that Canton PD and the Massachusetts State Police would never do to you and your friends and family? Albert, who was a sergeant, detective, and commander of the Boston Police Department's fugitive unit, who helped catch the Craigslist killer and who earned honors for bravery and valor, was also called to testify before the federal grand jury. Okay, hang on a second, because anytime I hear the word commander, I need to put up the Handmaid's Tale rubber duck emoji or logo that we have there. It was very aggressive. I was not in there as a witness, he says. I was in there as the suspect. Oh, so you were treated as a suspect. So if the feds believe that you were a suspect, and maybe the general public believes that you are a suspect, and Aidan Kearney and Karen Read also think that you should be considered a suspect, then maybe the feds calling you in and treating you as a suspect gives even more credence to that theory, right? And then he says the quiet part out loud. That was the first time that anybody of any importance was insinuating that. Oh. So you're calling the feds important. You're calling the U.S. Attorney's Office important. And you're outraged. How could they possibly be insinuating that you were the suspect? It says the suspect. I was in there as the suspect. He's telling us everything. How much more do you think that the feds have about Brian Albert that we haven't seen? That Karen Read's team hasn't seen, wasn't privy to? What else could there be? Just because Brian Albert destroyed his phone or got rid of his phone or got a new phone number or something? If the Fed started investigating this in the fall of 2022, tell me when he ditched his phone. I remember he and Brian Albert ditched their phones, and I want to say it comes to mind October of 2023, like right before a preservation order came out. But if the feds were already involved in the fall of 2022, do you think that it is possible that the feds already have Brian Albert's total phone extraction, akin to the way that Michael Proctor's total phone extraction was done, even though he had it set to automatically delete everything after after 30 days, and it didn't really work? Yeah, September, October 2023. Right. And the feds knew about their 222 phone calls to each other. Thanks, Emily. Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, they say it was butt dialing each other at 2:22 a.m. The only way they could know about that is by having their phone extractions. There's so much more that we don't even know about yet. And the feds released just enough to the prosecution and the defense to make an ethical prosecutor think twice about actually trying Karen Read at all. But instead, they went full steam ahead. And because Adam Lally and Laura McLaughlin had this information, they were able to prep Brian Albert and Brian Higgins about the 222 phone calls back and forth to each other. And they said they were butt dials, and Brian Albert said he was having intimate relations with his wife at the time. How else would they have that information? unless they had their phone extractions. Our C11 Firehorse says the feds are still gathering intel. That reminds me of some other things that Grant was talking about the other day. The modified, what was it? The modified limited hangout or something like that? Modified limited hangout. Remember the meaning of the modified limited hangout? A modified limited hangout is a public relations or damage control tactic where an individual, organization, or government admits to a small portion of the truth about a scandal to satisfy inquisitive investigators. The goal is to conceal deeper, more damaging information while the public is mollified. The phrase was coined during Watergate. By John Ehrlichman. Huh. Okay. I got to read that again. Where that led, Brian Albert believes, was to the witnesses being treated as suspects. Albert, who was a sergeant detective and commander of the Boston Police Department's fugitive unit, who helped catch the Craigslist killer and who earned honors for bravery and valor, was also called to testify before the federal grand jury. It was very aggressive. I was not in there as a witness, he says. I was in there as the suspect. That was the first time anybody of any importance was insinuating that. Just as with his nephew Colin, Brian says, the U.S. Attorney's Office appeared to take much of their information from Read's defense team via Kearney's blogs and social media posts. No, sir. They had your phone extraction. Brian says he was tag teamed by 3 federal prosecutors. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Dude. Dude. You're a retired sergeant from the Boston PD. And you think they're done? You were tag teamed by 3 federal prosecutors at the federal grand jury? Levy, Deitch, and Chow. I do not rile easily, Brian says. And I was freaking distraught. Really? What were they hammering you with? He was distraught. Wow. His wife, Nicole, sister of Jennifer McCabe, and McCabe's daughter, Allie, were also reduced to tears by the hostile questioning during their own testimonies. Is Gretchen Voss going to try and say that Karen Read is responsible for them getting called into a federal grand jury? They were all reduced to tears. That's how contentious it was. Every single one of them. Wow. Why so distraught if you have nothing to hide? Are you going to sue the feds for your emotional distress and defamation? Wow. And yet all of these people are also afraid of Turtleboy, because that's the witness intimidation charges. They have to show that they were emotionally harmed by things that Aidan Kearney did to charge him criminally and incarcerate him for hurting their feelings. But it seems like whatever happened inside the federal grand jury, when 3 federal prosecutors tag teamed Brian Albert, he's telling us everything, because we had no idea what happened inside the federal grand jury. And now we know how contentious it was. what does that make you believe? Many of us I thought, the federal grand jury was convened to investigate Morrissey and that entire office and the corruption that may have been living inside of that office for decades. But it does seem like from this article that they're really going after the Haas defendants. Wow. And now you feel like what? They're done. They're done. And so you can freely talk about it to a Boston Magazine reporter who's friends with Kate Peter. I mean, when Big Bad Brian Albert is freaking distraught. Those are his words, freaking distraught. The guy who was on Boston's Finest, who helped catch the Craigslist killer, who for a living was on the Boston Police Department's fugitive unit, chasing down and capturing dangerous fugitives. You were freaking distraught? Which, by the way, thanks for pointing that out, Gretchen. This man who at the time of John O'Keefe's murder was in a very, very dangerous job, right? Wants us to believe that he left his front door open, unlocked, and had zero surveillance system at his house. And that when Jennifer McCabe pulled up to that house and saw her dear friend of 10 years, John O'Keefe, dead or dying on the lawn of her sister, she would not even be concerned that something might have happened to her sister and her family inside of that house. If it was you and you pulled up to your sister's house and your brother-in-law was in a really dangerous job, and your friend who you saw pull up to that house last night, who you say never came in the house, was now dead on your sister's lawn, you tell me you wouldn't run like a bat out of hell into that house to make sure that everyone was okay? Make it make sense. And your sister's not answering the phone. But we know now Jennifer McCabe made a call to Nicole Albert at 5:07 a.m. So she must have known everybody inside that house was okay, right? How long was that call? She claims Nicole ever answered. Nicole claims she didn't answer, but it was something like 22 seconds long, because everything in this case is like double twos. 227, 222, 22 seconds. Back to the article. While Read was telling Kearney that she had a direct line to the feds, O'Keefe's family could not get a return phone call or email from the U.S. Attorney's Office. John's brother, Paul O'Keefe, reached out to Levy repeatedly and got nothing in response. Okay, so if we're keeping track of all the people that Gretchen spoke to for this article, which I was going to do. Colin, Brian, the unnamed former U.S. attorney. There was an MSP detective in there, right? Paul O'Keefe spoke to her. I think Jen McCabe spoke to her. Let's keep going. And Eclectic Justice's families do not often hear much during the throes of the investigation. And we know that Jennifer McCabe and Peggy O'Keefe became very, 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 very close after the murder of John O'Keefe. And so I'm sure that they knew that anything that they told Peggy O'Keefe or Paul O'Keefe would get right back to the very people, perhaps, that they were considering suspects, because Brian Albert told us that. We'll get to that, Emily. We'll get to that. I'll star that for later. Though the O'Keefe family and the prosecution could not get any answers, right? I just told you why. The O'Keefe family was thick as thieves at that point with Jen McCabe. And the prosecution, AKA Michael Morrissey, was desperate to know what they knew and what they were investigating. And they're not required to tell anyone. Oh, please. But I'm sure that Brian Albert, Jennifer McCabe, Colin Albert all reported back to Michael Morrissey about what happened at the federal grand jury. And that is what ramped up Morrissey to do that hostage video. Oh, please. Because remember, when Michael Morrissey released that hostage video in August of 2023, he had never, ever spoken to Julie Albert, Chris Albert, or Courtney Proctor. They testified, or they didn't testify, but they gave those statements to the MSP that were recorded, video and audio, in 2024. And they all said nobody ever questioned them about their relationship with Proctor. So I guess when Morrissey did that hostage video and he said, Michael Proctor did not have a relationship with anyone in that house, he was relying on the word of Brian Albert, Jennifer McCabe, Colin Albert, and other people who testified in front of the federal grand jury. Maybe he even spoke to Michael Proctor. Okay. Though the O'Keefe family and the prosecution could not get any answers, Read continued to weaponize the Fed's involvement for Kearney to disseminate. In early May of 2023, for instance, she texted through the intermediary, Josh Levy is the first assistant. There's only one assistant, and he doesn't typically prosecute. Like, he never prosecutes. He just delegates to the assistants within the divisions, e.g. Adam Deitch. But he's running this grand jury. And, quote, to substantiate the gravity of this particular federal probe, Levy is not a prosecuting attorney, but he's making an exception for this case. Okay, well, that's interesting. Thank you for telling us that. When did these people start testifying in front of the federal grand jury? Colin Albert was in July. (2023). Brian Albert doesn't say when it was that he testified in front of the federal grand jury. But we know Morrissey's letters started in May of 2023. And we know that the feds got involved in September of 2022. And now that Brian is telling us that he was tag teamed by 3 of them, Colin Albert says he had 2 of them questioning him. Isn't it possible that those people who were testifying in front of the federal grand jury were telling people who were telling people? And that somehow Karen's team got wind of it. Because just like people were reaching out to Morrissey and sending him all kinds of crazy things, including my streams that Michael Morrissey was forwarding on to Tully and Hank Brennan, you can bet that people were sending all kinds of things to the defense team too. But let's see if Gretchen Voss makes it seem more nefarious. Meanwhile, the existence of the federal case only amplified the harassment of the witnesses and was used to legitimize it with disastrous effects. McCabe says she reached out to the U.S. Attorney's Office multiple times telling them one of her daughters had begun self-harming and had spent 3 months in a partial mental health program. She got no response. Okay, so Jennifer McCabe is now telling everyone through Gretchen Voss, her daughter's most private business, that one of her daughters began self-harming. I would wish that on no parent ever. You have just told the world one of your daughter's most personal, private business, and I am outraged. Who would do that? Who would do that? And that she spent 3 months in a partial mental health program? We know that Jennifer McCabe has 4 daughters. Thanks, Mom. You're just a normal mom. No normal mom on the face of this earth would ever tell a reporter this to have it published in Boston Magazine. Because while we did hear about this from Carrie Lama, your self-proclaimed best friend, who told that M. William Phelps, or whatever that guy's name was, who did that podcast, the name I can't even remember. It was called 34 Fairview or something. Carrie Lama said in that podcast, I know because I played it for you more than once, that some of the children here went to outpatient and inpatient mental health treatment. That's horrific. I don't think that's supposed to say partial mental health program. I think it is supposed to probably say, oh, it's like day camp. And I thought it was inpatient because I know that she said inpatient and outpatient. Carrie Lama did when she spoke to that the Phelps guy. Partial program is like day camp in there. Thank you, Eastern Standard, Tim. She got no response. Well, I guess those emails are going to become discoverable now. So that's an outpatient. Okay. This too is unusual, according to a retired FBI agent from the Massachusetts field office who worked on public corruptions cases. Okay, now we got another person, retired FBI agent, unnamed. We went after people that were bothering our witnesses all the time, the former agent says. It's standard operating procedure, and they could have done the same to Kearney and his followers. We'd go out and tell them, look, if you do it again, we're going to arrest you. Leave our witnesses alone. What does that tell you? That they weren't witnesses, they were suspects. Brian Albert said it. Remember, Michael Morrissey tried to get the feds to prosecute Aidan Kearney. They were like, yeah, no. Yeah, no, we're not going to do that. Meanwhile, the worst harassment was only beginning. Oh, there's a picture of Jen McCabe. You ready? It was only beginning. On July 22nd of 2023, McCabe, her husband, and 2 of her 4 daughters huddled inside their Canton home as Kearney stood outside, screaming into a bullhorn at a crowd of more than 100 followers. I want all Jen McCabe's neighbors to know, in case they don't already know, that the people who live right here are cop killers. These are cop killers. Over the course of 2 hours, Kearney, driving a brand new Lexus, sounds like she's jealous about the Lexus. Wait, Gretchen was at the rolling rally? What? Is that real? Yes. And they knew it was happening. They could have gone somewhere else. They didn't need to be home. Proctor wasn't home. I mean, it was all over. The MSP put up cameras for it. They knew it was happening too. Other people are saying they weren't home. That'd be interesting, but it seems here that they were home. Dozens of cars made their way through the streets of Canton, stopping at the homes of 7 different witnesses to listen and cheer on Kearney as he blared accusations while live streaming for the rest of his followers. Petitioning activity. I don't know if they were home or not, but she says, Gretchen Voss says they were, but if this can be disproven, then that's even more reason for some other retractions. And Tammy says, yes, Gretchen was there. Turtleboy pointed her out during the video. Kearney's behavior at the rally had the backing of Read's attorneys, who had also filed the police report in court with the witnesses' unredacted addresses. That evening, after the rally, Yannetti messaged Kearney, "Thanks for your continued support," according to Kearney's phone extraction. I should point out to you also that maybe when Adam Lally received this court filing, that he should have asked that it be redacted and impounded, to protect his witnesses. There was so much stuff that was impounded during the course of Karen Read's trials. I mean, didn't they have like a victim witness advocate? Where was that person? Why didn't Lally or McLaughlin ask for that to be redacted? I don't know. That evening, after the rally, Yannetti messaged Kearney, quote, "Thanks for your continued support," end quote, according to Kearney's phone extraction, which Gretchen Voss now has because someone gave it to her. By this point, Yannetti and Kearney were in regular communication, with Kearney sending Yannetti tips and Yannetti sending court documents and confidential information on top of the many phone calls between them. Oh, boy. I think she's accusing Yannetti of ethical violations, and I don't think he's going to stand for that. For instance, after McCabe went to Stoughton District Court for a harassment prevention order against Kearney, Yannetti texted Kearney on May 30th with news: HPO denied. That night, Kearney blogged about it, ending his post with a kicker. Quote, "The bad news for Jen is that we're just getting started. Buckle up, horseface." Well, I don't think Jennifer McCabe is happy that Gretchen Voss published that. Derp Derp wants to know, can we now call them the Haas federal murder suspects? It's in the article. What does that tell you? Jennifer McCabe went to get a restraining order, what they call an HPO, against Aidan Kearney on May 30th, and said things like, "Can't you just get him to stop blogging about me?" And we've seen how easy it is to get an HPO because we saw what happened with Kelsey Fitzsimmons. It's just a one-sided petition. But the judge was not convinced. She did not get one, and neither did Chris Albert. By the beginning of May, Read had dropped the intermediary, and she and Kearney started communicating directly over Signal. And many of their messages appear in Kearney's phone extraction. They also communicated by phone 189 times, totaling more than 40 hours in 2023 alone, according to an affidavit filed the following year seeking a search warrant to seize Read's phone. Kearney also recorded some of those calls, presumably without Read's permission, an act that Massachusetts law defines as illegal wiretapping, and those recordings have also been leaked online. Yeah, who leaked those? How many calls between Courtney Proctor and Julie Albert? Karen Read is a defendant in a criminal murder case. She's allowed to talk to whatever reporters she wants to. And right, what? Jennifer McCabe made over 200 calls in what, 3 days? Is she going to put that in here? Oh, you think Gretchen Voss is writing a book? I mean, they say she's also involved in the Netflix thing. Huh. Those people that thought they were helping Karen by dropping, publishing Aidan's phone extraction on the internet, we're doing the opposite. Does she want to be the next Dominic Dunn? Here's the problem. Karen Read was acquitted. Okay. The next chapter of this hasn't even begun. Where's the story? I mean, did they hire David Traub's PR firm too? Because remember, we saw some payments from Michael Morrissey. I don't remember how much exactly. Was it $10,000 that Michael Morrissey has already paid to David Traub's PR firm in 2026? David Traub used to be the mouthpiece for the Norfolk DA's office before he ran away screaming after the first trial. And then he went for a little while to work for Reagan Communications, I think. Now he has his own PR firm. Huh. Guess Karen Read didn't talk to her for this article. All the while, the witnesses were being targeted relentlessly. Well, they're federal suspects. At least Brian Albert is. He told you so. The free Karen readers followed and confronted them, showing up at Caitlin Albert's wedding in New Hampshire, posting pictures of the McCabes on vacation in Aruba, screaming at Brian Albert as he tried to eat lunch in a crowded mall food court. I'm sorry, those are the 3 best examples that you can come up with. Did somebody show up at Caitlin Albert's wedding in New Hampshire? I didn't know anything about that. Posting pictures of the McCabes on vacation in Aruba. When was that? And I do remember somebody speaking over the loudspeaker about with Brian Albert sitting in a crowded mall food court. It was, I think, somebody who worked in the food court or in the mall. And these are the 3 best examples that you could come up with. Why does everybody go to Aruba? I mean, remember how Proctor, when, and I'm using air quotes here, I know you can't see me because of the camera issue with StreamYard today, investigating the murder of John O'Keefe, went to actually interview the Sullivan sisters about the Aruba trip because they hated Karen. And John was out drinking on New Year's Eve instead of hanging around with Karen and the kids. And she got mad because maybe he was making out with Marietta Sullivan in the lobby and she walked in on them. I mean, and then they presented all of that to the grand jury to upgrade Karen Read's murder charges. Remember? I remember that. I mean, like it or not, these people are public figures. We're going to talk about that when we talk about Aidan Kearney's motion to dismiss. And I would have taken it a step further and said that they're all public figures, but he's arguing in his new motion to dismiss that Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, because of their roles as law enforcement, are public officials. And so the standard for defamation is different. People know who they are. Okay. There was pictures of Yuri Buchanan doing karaoke on a cruise a couple of weeks ago, screaming about how, God bless the USA. Proud to be an American where at least I know I'm free. And, on the stand, he said English was his 3rd language and he needed a dictionary for the definition of the word theory. Aruba getting all the shout outs. No insects in Aruba? Really? Is that why people is they're gambling? I don't know. Aruba is like Massachusetts South, says RHM. Thanks on top for your super sticker. Attorney Wannabe, thanks for your 10, says, every live stream starts with me thinking, I'll watch 10 minutes. 2 hours later, I'm apparently enrolled in Melanie Little Law School. Thank you very much. You're 10. Law and Disorder said, my Google was finally fixed and I renewed. Time to spread some love. Thank you for your 10. I appreciate you. Law and Disorder. Biatch 414 is here and she gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much. And look at Law and Disorder, gifted 10 memberships. The memberships are flowing today. The memberships are flowing. Thank you guys all so much for your generosity. B Crumbs gifted 5 memberships too. Everybody's winning today. You're all winning. You're winning. And BB says, oh wait, Amanda, thanks for your 10. And she's an ER trauma nurse. We love our nurses here. They're supporting the emotional distress from the grand jury using Turtleboy's content as their proof of defamation, using no indictment as proof of innocence. I would say no indictment yet. Okay, there's no statute of limitations on murder. Grant had a lot of interesting things to say the other day. We were talking about bumps, perjury traps. I mean, I have to go back and watch that show again and write down so many things that he said that I want to investigate and fall into rabbit holes on. Because even just the modified limited hangout alone could send you into a rabbit hole for a whole entire day. And BB says, I have thoughts, many thoughts, but in my opinion, this confirms that Officer John O'Keefe covered something big, allegedly, right? Thank you for your 10, Aunt BB. It got so bad that Colin Albert says he was forced to quit playing football and give up his lifelong dream of playing in college as a result of the harassment from Kearney and his followers. Well, that'll be interesting because, he's a plaintiff in the defamation lawsuit. And so if he's going to claim that his damages include him having to drop out of college and give up his lifelong dream of playing college as a result of the harassment and the defamation of Kearney and his followers. Well, first of all, Kearney's not responsible for what other people do. I would like to see, and the first thing that I would be demanding in discovery is Colin Albert's high school transcripts and college transcripts, because I would want to know if he was a good student before the murder, and then if he was also a good student in college, or if maybe that's why he couldn't keep his scholarship, because when you have a college scholarship for sports, you have to maintain a grade point average, right? Otherwise you lose it. So that would be interesting to know. And it says here, he is now enrolled in the U.S. Army. So now we know that playing football was his lifelong dream. His lifelong dream was not being enrolled in the U.S. Army during wartime after being subpoenaed to give a deposition in a civil lawsuit brought by the O'Keefes. Oh, please. And also, the FBI did visit him while he was in college. And also, somebody unearthed a traffic stop of Colin in college, I think it was. And he was driving a Ford Edge. I'm just saying. I think it was registered to Julie Albert, his mom, who was Courtney Proctor's nanny for 9 years, but didn't want to tell the Massachusetts State Police investigators about that in 2024. Not knowing what else to do, On August 25th, for the first time in his 12 years in office, Morrissey released a nearly 6-minute video statement pushing back on the absolutely baseless claims of conspiracy, condemning the harassment of the witnesses, and disavowing the false narratives. The witnesses, he said, certainly did not commit murder or any crime that night. Wow. So much to unpack here. We're going to have to watch that video again. If you've never seen the hostage video, put a 1 in the chat. If you would like a refresher on the hostage video, put a 1 in the chat and I'll see if I'll play it. It's only 5 minutes long. Michael Morrissey interviewed with Gretchen Voss for this. And look at the first part of that sentence. Not knowing what else to do. Desperation. Desperado. Michael Morrissey, who's been a public servant for his entire career. I don't think he's ever had a real job that did not involve working in some form of government. He didn't know what else to do. In this hostage video, he's going to tell you, a lot of you want to watch it so we can watch this, only 5 minutes. He will tell you that Michael Proctor did not have a close relationship with the Alberts. That has all been completely blown to hell by the 2024 interviews given by Julie Albert and Chris Albert and Courtney Proctor, Michael's sister. Those interviews were done after the August 2023 video. So Morrissey had never even spoken to them. And yet he released this wild statement defending all of these people without even having investigated whether or not there were close family ties between the Alberts and Michael Proctor. Not knowing what else to do. Well, the gag order had just been denied. I think something had aired that had a Karen Read interview in it. And I think it was maybe the very next day, August 25th, 2023, that he released this video that someone else clearly scripted for him. He's reading from a script. He's defending all of these people. And he says some wild things. The witnesses, he said, certainly did not commit murder or any crime that night. It didn't help. On September 5th, Kearney directed remarks in a YouTube live stream toward Chris Albert, the father of Colin Albert. I go down to a pizza shop and I stand out there for an hour and I yell shit about your son, Kearney said. I accuse him of some of the most heinous things possible and I affect business. People don't want to go into your business because of the things that I'm saying. Well, that's interesting because Chris Albert didn't sue him for defamation and he might be the only one who can actually prove financial damages. I wonder why that is. A few days later, Yannetti messaged Kearney, quote, "These bastards deserve all the scorn we are giving them." Okay. Yannetti was on. Oh, he's going to go nuts over this, that this is being published by Gretchen Voss. Yannetti was on Aidan's fundraiser recently. I was on at the same time as Yannetti, and he addressed this. If you read the full thread of these text messages, these bastards refers to the investigators who did nothing to investigate the murder of John O'Keefe. And this is taken completely out of context. David Yannetti himself explained it on Aidan's fundraiser. Kate Peter knows this because she watches everything that Kearney does. And she even said on the Young Jerks the other night, she's got a whole team of people that she's had for years that watch everything and clip everything, and they're really good at archiving everything. And so if Kate Peter was a source for Gretchen Voss and this article, and she did not turn over the full context of David Yannetti's text message, watch out. Watch out. Gretchen Voss, Boston Magazine. It's going to be a problem. It's going to be a problem for you. It's really going to be a problem for you. Listen to the full context of this. A few days later, because this comes right after the paragraph of Chris and Colin Albert's pizza shop and the things that Aidan Kearney said about accusing them of things. A few days later, Yannetti messaged Kearney, "These bastards deserve all the scorn we are giving them." Yannetti knew and approved of Kearney's public behavior. Later that same day, when Kearney texted Yannetti not to worry that he would get in trouble, Yannetti responded, "I'm concerned they want you badly. They charge you, then a judge prohibits you from having contact with witnesses," according to Kearney's phone extraction. Mastad, this is like the 5th time I've asked people to not put this in the chat because I haven't had a chance to look at it yet. And I don't report on things that I can't look at first. According to Kearney's phone extraction that somebody gave to Gretchen Voss. Around that same time, according to a complaint later filed in court by the witnesses, Read and Turtleboy became administrators of the Facebook group Justice for Officer John O'Keefe and Karen Read, Turtleboy official. Yeah, that's true. If Gretchen has the phone extraction, she knows it's out of context. Well, she keeps referring to it, so I have to assume that she has it, right? Around that same time, according to a complaint later filed in court by the witnesses, Read and Turtleboy became administrators of the Facebook group. Okay. The two had complete control over the group, including approving or denying posts, and the group played host to defamatory and harassing posts about the witnesses. This is like so much of this stuff is just pulled directly from their defamation complaint that it's crazy. Again, Foxy World being deleted. How many times do I have to say it? I've been on the air now for 2 hours and 22 minutes and 30 seconds. Stop with the breaking news. Stop with the things that I haven't had a chance to vet yet, please. It's like YouTube courtesy. If you see somebody else reporting on something and you want to go watch it, you don't need to announce it. It's on airport. Just go watch it. According to the complaint, Read also posted in the group multiple times, including sharing confidential information that hadn't yet been released to the public. Meanwhile, Read continued to direct Kearney's coverage of her case. On September 18th, Read sent pictures of Brian Albert and his wife Nicole at their son's football game. Effing cornered rat Brian Albert continues to fight us getting effing call log, she texted, according to Kearney's phone extraction. Can you make a post just for this? Kearney complied. The Alberts are living constantly on edge and have to hide like cornered rats, he wrote in the post. Well, guess who has their total phone extraction? The feds. She also directed Kearney to monitor multiple witnesses' homes. What we'd love is for someone to do surveillance on Wentworth tonight, she texted Kearney the following week. In reference to investigator Michael Proctor's house. Oh, are you telling us that Michael Proctor lives on a street called Wentworth? Thanks, Gretchen Voss. You're complaining about them or him showing a police report with the witnesses' names on it. Proctor's also a witness, and now you're telling everyone where Proctor lives. Well done to you, ma'am. What we'd love is for someone to do surveillance on Wentworth tonight, she texted Kearney the following week in reference to investigator Michael Proctor's house after asking him to run the plates of a car with a Massachusetts State Police sticker on the back, according to Kearney's phone extraction. We really need surveillance set up. Please don't breathe a word of this, she texted, followed by a request to go to the home of witness Kerry Roberts. Get a pic of that cow's explorer, Read texted. Okay, first of all, we know that they have a private investigator on staff because The Haas defendants, Haas plaintiffs brought up several times in their papers that same private investigator who went to talk or tried to go talk to Brian Higgins, used to work for Harvey Weinstein. So why would she need Aidan Kearney to do surveillance on anyone? Cupcake Egg says, Gretchen Voss, if writing a book, definitely shaping up to be Massachusetts Courthouse Becky. Well done. Okay, so now you're calling Carrie Roberts a cow in your Boston Magazine article? Well done. Well done. Once again, the Afro Man in full effect. Let's see how many family secrets of the witnesses, Haas defendants, Haas plaintiffs, whatever you want to call them. Let's see how many secrets we can reveal because, just a normal mom and all. Oh, thanks, Josie Lou, for gifting 5 memberships. You're the sweetest P ever. I don't even remember. Did we see those text messages from Aidan's phone extraction? Because I don't remember hearing that one, but, I don't watch everything or read everything, so I don't know. The witnesses were not the only targets. In late September 2023, I wrote a story about the case that raised questions about Read's account of what happened the night O'Keefe was killed. Quote, what kind of horrible excuse for a mother supports cop killers? Someone texted me after the story was published, sending me a picture of my sons when they were young, taken from my Facebook page. Quote, you dragged them into this. Good job, Ms. Voss. End quote. My local police department sent extra officers to my son's Friday night football game. That's disgusting. Nobody should do that. But now she's taking it personally too, and I guess she's going to blame Karen Read and Aidan Kearney for that. But apparently she's going to keep reporting about it. And now we know that she's got a personal beef in this too, right? Because she was a target. And we know that because she filed papers before one of the trials. Said she feared for her life or something like that. I don't know. I'd have to find the papers somewhere. I'm sure I have them. Becky says a reporter should never make themselves part of the story. Well, not only that, she's made herself a witness now. People are saying that's why she wrote this for the Haas defendants, says Purple Giraffe. I mean, we can see why your POV is the way it is, because you too are a victim. I have no reason to deny that what she's saying is, or to disbelieve that what she's saying is true. I get horrific messages and things happen to me too. Because I don't believe that John O'Keefe was hit by a car, because a car did not hit John O'Keefe, because injury, science, physics, medicine, injuries. But now we know why this article has the spin that it has. Because she blames Karen and Aidan for the things that happened to her. And probably her attorneys too. Oh, please. The day my story went live, Read texted Kearney on Signal, according to his phone extraction. Call out Gretchen for not confirming that stupid effing manipulated text from Colin. And did you call her out on missing the lack of a date stamp for January 29th? Within hours, Kearney sent me a barrage of texts, followed by blog posts trashing me, eventually putting my non-public phone number on the internet, which people used to send me threatening and vile messages. Kearney also publicly accused me of sleeping with the DA's married public relations officer. Oh, David Traub? We were just talking about him before. Weren't there some emails that surfaced about her wanting to get a hamburger with him or something? The accusation was false. Oh, is Gretchen going to file a lawsuit next? No wonder she wanted the phone extraction. She wanted to line up the timeline of all the things that were sent to her, too. Everyone smash the like button, or I'll turn the fan off. The accusation was false. Kearney kept at it. Over the following months, his blog attacked me repeatedly. In one bracket-style feature he ran on witnesses, court personnel, and journalists, my name appeared alongside allegations that I had failed as a journalist and that I had traded editorial favors for a burger dinner with the DA's spokesperson. My phone number circulated in the Turtle Rider community. Strangers sent messages accusing me of being a shill, a whore, a bad mother. I received calls late at night. When I appeared in the courthouse to cover the trial, women I had never met called me disgusting repeatedly. That's horrible. Nobody should do that. Nobody should do that. But we all know, because we've all been targeted by these people, there's a lot of crazy people on the internet. I would never endorse anybody doing any of that stuff. I think it's horrific. None of it changed what my reporting found. But it did make clear that anyone who asked hard questions about Read's case could expect to be answered with the same machinery that was coming for the witnesses. The difference was mostly one of degree. Well, that's interesting. Because anybody who asks questions about the House witnesses has also been subjected to some pretty severe harassment, ma'am. And guess what? Karen Read has been acquitted. How to Make the Story All About You by Gretchen Voss. You should teach that a college course. Machinery. It's machinery. Law and Disorder. Thank you for giving another 5 memberships. You're so generous today, you guys. The harassment and the news of the federal investigation that fueled it served a purpose in Read's defense, casting doubt on the witnesses by making them appear to be the perpetrators of the crime and casting doubt on the state's investigators by suggesting they were the subjects of a federal probe. Well, look at what happened to Michael Proctor. And everybody else has either been rehomed, retired, resigned, suspended, not yet indicted. But we're patient. And I don't think that is what casts doubt on the witnesses, by the way. I don't think the harassment and the news of the federal investigation that fueled it served a purpose in Read's defense, casting doubt on the witnesses by making them appear to be the perpetrators of the crime. Listen, there are many people who do believe that their behavior and their testimony and their changing stories are the reason that people think that they appear to be perpetrators of the crime. Many people do not follow Turtleboy at all. But now this new article in Boston Magazine is going to bring a whole new set of eyes onto these people. And more people are going to want to look into it. And again, the worldwide privacy tour continues. Read knew it was working. In a signal message to Kearney on September 29th, she reveled in the effects of his work. Look at what you've done to their reputations, she wrote, and to my jury pool. Here's another a picture of more people outside the courthouse. It says, the caption is, hundreds of Karen Read supporters gathered in front of Dedham's Norfolk County Superior Court before a Read court appearance. It doesn't say when this is. Let me know if you recognize anyone in this photo. If you can come to your screen, I will read to you the signs that people are holding. Some look homemade, some look professional. The professional ones say, stop Canton cover up and how dare they? And then some homemade signs look like they say, Let defense test evidence. Framed. And another one says, gaping head wound, but no blood puddle outside. Rita Lombardi is there. Laura Davidson says, I think they're trying to indict Karen and Aidan for something else, and she's hoping to help. Mm-hmm. Oh, please. That is Rita in the red Free Karen Read sweatshirt. That says, let defense test evidence. Framed. Rita in red. Rita recently signed an affidavit for Aidan Kearney's motion to dismiss. Chloe says, so is Voss not trying to sway public opinion the same way she is accusing Turtleboy? Of course. Of course. A little hypocritical. Trying to maybe taint the jury pool on the civil cases, on the defamation case. Is Judge Gilday going to have any grave concerns? Sasha's dog mom says he said his lifelong dream was to join the army. Thank you for your 10. Cindy says, thanks, Melanie. Awesome show. Love that you take no crap. Oh, thank you, Cindy, for your 10. Babe's mom, thank you for your $20 super sticker. I appreciate you so much. Oh, look, and then Josie Lou gifted another 5 memberships. Thank you, Josie Lou. It's 10 memberships today from Josie Lou because she's amazing. You're all amazing. Samantha says, realistically, do we have the resources to care for someone in prison with medical complexities like Lindsay Clancy being paralyzed? That was from earlier. They do. They do. Yeah. She's been held in Tewksbury State Hospital since her arrest. And so they've been taking care of her this whole time. Thank you for your 5. Mrs. Mommy 81 wants to know why Gretchen hates Karen. Well, I think she's telling us because she got harassed. Thanks also for your 5 super sticker. 25 years on the job says, what people do for money. Divine Sounds, 1984. Foxy Wolf says, need to make sure attorneys and Deitch get a copy of this. Oh, I'm sure they're all over it. This is already a day old. Real Steve F says, do we know if Gretchen took Traub's burger? We don't know. I think there was emails back and forth about a hamburger that he owed her or something such as like that. Let's keep going. As the bus carrying the jurors made its way from an undisclosed location to the courthouse each day in the spring of 2024, the 12 jurors who were supposed to know nothing about the case looked out the windows at a massive banner on Route 1A that read in large red letters, Karen Read was framed. They passed dozens of protesters camped out at Legacy Place along the bus route, wielding posters with slogans like, way beyond reasonable doubt, and DA, stop lying. Even if they weren't looking, there was no avoiding the sounds of people yelling free Karen Read at their bus. Well, there you go. All petitioning activity, all people who of their own free will decided to show up and support Karen Read's innocence. Though the judge had instituted a 200-foot buffer zone around the courthouse to protect the jurors from the contentious protests, they were not protesting, they were supporting, but go on, which Kearney led on his bullhorn during pre-trial hearings, it did nothing to help. Okay, so you're saying what he's doing is petitioning activity. Thank you very much. Hundreds of women and some men clad in pink merch, Read's requested color, lined the street across from the courthouse and in the adjacent field, shaking pink pom-poms, dancing to music, blasting out of pickup trucks, and walking dogs in Jackson Yannetti shirts. Wow. Hundreds? Do you think there were hundreds there during trial number 1? How many were there during trial number 2, verdict day? I wonder what juror from jury number 1 spoke to her. The jury room on the second floor down the hall from the courtroom overlooked that field where Read and her legal team made their entrance and exit every day. Quote, we could figure out when Karen was leaving the building and when she was coming back because there were cheers, says one juror in the first trial who requested anonymity to speak about the proceedings. Okay, so there's an anonymous juror from trial number 1. Not that I don't want anyone to try and find this person at all. I'm just making a list of who she interviewed. When they peeked through the blinds, they could see it all, including at one point a bouncy house and lobster food truck. What? What? Trial number 1, there was a bouncy house and a lobster food truck? The field transformed into something resembling a circus. What? Oh, okay, hold on. Does anybody know anything about a bouncy house? And a lobster food truck? Was it Cousin's Maine Lobster? That was a Shark Tank idea that Barbara Corcoran bought into. A lobster food truck. Was it Cousin's Maine Lobsters? And a bouncy house? Many of them reported it all to the court officers. Nothing was done to stop it. We kept saying, I can't believe they're letting this happen, the juror says. What? Lamassu was there a lot, I think. Says there was never a bouncy house or a food truck. Gretchen is lying her arse off. Turtleboy said that wasn't true earlier, says Dobie Mama. Sean says I would have loved a bouncy house. A lobster, wicked good lobster truck. Fun and food. People would have skipped work for it. I think she's saying that the juror told her this. Okay. I mean, people are upset now that they missed it during trial number 1, the bouncy house and the. Jess Dawson says the circus word came from Brian Albert in his interview. Kentucky Granny says both are lies. No food truck or bouncy house per Turtleboy. Everybody missed that invite, I guess. I mean, okay. And you can bet your ass that if they reported it to the court officers would have ran right to the judge because she was looking for any reason to ban supporters from being outside the courthouse. Because remember what happened. Remember what happened with the juror who was excused right before closings because John Fanning reported to a court officer that she had been overheard a month ago talking about being on the jury at the American Legion or the VFW Hall or something such as like that. Scott McGinnis was there like every single day. He's like complete and preposterous lies. Yeah, does anybody have pictures of the bouncy house on the lobster truck? Do you have one of those pics here, Gretch? Emily says, Victoria George reported herself in the first trial for seeing the billboard. She would have reported this. Mm-hmm. That's right. She wound up being an alternate, right? In the first trial, Victoria George, and then she is an attorney, went on to work for the defense in trial number 2. Oh, please. The juror also recounted what another juror had described. His wife had told him that Kearney was assigning nicknames to each of the jurors. Quote, just knowing that was really uncomfortable and not cool. Here's the thing. Okay, so the juror is telling Gretchen Voss what another juror told the rest of the jury. And so another juror told the rest of the jury that his wife told him that Aidan Kearney, Turtleboy, was assigning nicknames to them? I'm sorry, what? The jurors are not supposed to be discussing this case with their families, and they're not even supposed to tell their families what case they're sitting as a juror on. Tell us more about the jury misconduct that occurred during trial number 1. Did you report that? Undisclosed juror who spoke to Gretchen Voss, did you report that to the court officers about that? Because that should have been reported for sure. Just knowing that was really uncomfortable and not cool, the anonymous juror says. Once the jurors recognized Kearney in the courtroom, she says, okay, so it's a she, we know, it's a she. They grew nervous. He would identify and dox them. Oh, congratulations. Love that Gretchen outed a juror, says Kentucky Granny. Well, now we know it's a woman. I don't remember the breakdown in the jury of trial number 1. That's a problem. That is a problem. That 100% should have been brought to the attention of the court. And every single time they came into that courtroom, the judge asked each of them, have you done any outside research? Have you discussed this case with anyone? I mean, come on, man. How could that not have been reported? Come on. Does anybody believe it? She's trying to spin a narrative here that because Aidan was in the courtroom and the jurors know, because one of them talked to their wife about it, that they had nicknames, that they were all nervous, that he was going to dox them. And so that's why they were a hung jury. I mean, those are grave concerns. Like, if you're going to have grave concerns about something, Judge Cannoni, that would be the thing to have grave concerns about. And if this was true, I absolutely 100% believe that they would have brought this to the attention of the court, because remember that foreman sent out how many notes during deliberations that sounded like they were written by ChatGPT. I mean, I don't know. But I mean, what? They grew nervous. She says, once the jurors recognized Kearney in the courtroom, she says, they grew nervous. He would identify and dox them. He had done so to a juror in a previous case in that same court. Well, who knew that? You want to talk about doing outside research? What? First of all, is that true? Has it ever been done by Turtleboy? What case are they talking about? They're talking about trial number 1 here, right? All of a sudden they recognize him because another juror brought his name up. Okay. We felt intimidated, she says, adding that about halfway through the trial, the jurors asked court officers to ask the judge to remove Kearney from the courtroom. He was not removed. Oh, really? 100%. If the jurors said that they were intimidated by him and they brought up all of this, afraid of being doxxed, and that they had been discussing this with their spouse, you know that court officer ran to Judge Cannoni and that something would have happened. Right. What about the McCabe's and the Alberts staring you down during closing arguments? What about that? On July 1, 2024, the judge declared a mistrial after the jury said they were deadlocked. The anonymous juror believes Kearney had a direct impact on the outcome. Wow. Way to make this anonymous juror a witness in the defamation cases. Wow, just wow. I mean, here's a juror who wants to remain anonymous. They're going to be able to get her notes from this. You know it because they've done it before. She's probably going to have to reveal her sources because, you know, Massachusetts does not have a journalistic shield or privilege. And you've just made this anonymous juror's life hell by printing this because of your own personal animus against Aidan Kearney. Listen to how she finishes the sentence. The anonymous juror believes Kearney had a direct impact on the outcome. Quote, if the conspiracy theory was never created, there's no doubt in my mind that she'd be in jail. No doubt. Right. Aidan Kearney didn't create the conspiracy theory. The conspiracy theory is that John O'Keefe was hit by a car. That was the conspiracy theory. You honestly don't know why I'm reading this? I'm reading this so that I can discredit it and tell you in all the ways that I think it's helpful. If you don't want to listen to it, you can go. You don't have to stay. I'm not holding you here. You're not, nobody's holding a gun to your head like they did it during Morrissey's hostage statement. I am reading this because this is the new narrative that the Haas defendants and Haas plaintiffs are trying to spin to the public in order to, I don't know, taint a jury for the civil cases. I don't know. I'm just saying. Of course we're going to read this. I am absolutely not going to not read this. Why didn't Ronnie say any of this? Right. Remember Ronnie? He was interviewed by a couple of people. Says Rosie. Little Miss J. Webb says, what I heard was, if Karen didn't speak truth and put up a defense, she'd be in jail. Yeah, this is fascinating. Thanks, Debbie Joe. Right. How dare she put up a defense against the false charges? Yeah, this was really published. This is in Boston Magazine. Well, we know it's a woman who sat in jury number 1. The day after the mistrial, Paul O'Keefe emailed U.S. Attorney Levy, quote, I would appreciate the opportunity to meet with you regarding your involvement in the murder case against Karen Read. He wrote, you were kind enough to meet with her and her legal team. And now I think it's time to meet with the family of the actual victim in this case. Really? He never received a reply. Oh, remember, didn't we recently watch an interview with Adam Deitch where he did say that Paul O'Keefe had been emailing him? He sent another email and another. He left a voicemail, nothing. The mere fact that they were involved was used in court to create a cloud of doubt. The defense used it as a weapon, said Paul O'Keefe. Nobody would come out and speak and say anything. Well, here's the thing. They also were never allowed to mention the FBI during trial number 1. Unfortunately, some of the witnesses slipped. I think it was, who said the feds? I think it was Julie Nagel's brother, Ryan Nagel. Is he the one who said the feds during his testimony? But they weren't allowed to talk about the federal investigation during the trial. But Paul O'Keefe, now we know that Paul O'Keefe also spoke to Gretchen Voss for this article. Why else would the feds pay hundreds of thousands of dollars to a renowned accident reconstruction firm called ARCA and ask them to determine whether or not there was a car accident in this case, unless they too had serious doubts about your brother sadly being murdered and the way that he was murdered? And the very, very qualified ARCA experts, Dr. Rentschler and Dr. Wolf, determined there was no car accident. O'Keefe's family, who filed a wrongful death lawsuit against Read that August, weren't the only ones who were stonewalled. Helena Rafferty, the Canton chief of police at the time, says she repeatedly reached out to Levy and Deitch, begging them to help. What do you mean, help with what? She told them that there was an enormous amount at stake, that if they didn't do something, allowing the intimidation of witnesses to continue would set a precedent, allowing the whole justice system to crumble. What? Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. We recently learned, we replayed an old Canton town board meeting stream where Helena Rafferty admitted to everyone that John O'Keefe had been reporting drug activity in his neighborhood before his murder. Did we know that there's emails between Helena Rafferty and Levy and Deitch begging them to help, begging them to prosecute the intimidation of witnesses? Is this new information? Now we know Gretchen Voss also interviewed Helena Rafferty. I can add her to my list. After Bouncy House. Helena Rafferty, right? I thought they were conflicted out. Yep. Also helped cover up the Sallyport video cluster F. Kevin Albert, brother of Brian, is a detective with the Canton Police Department. Helena Rafferty was begging the feds, also begging the feds to prosecute Turtleboy. Huh. Look at this. Builder Cape Cod says, Melanie, hi, Melanie. I'm a builder on Cape Cod, and I read a lot of Boston magazines. We have advertised in the past in their magazine, and I will never read another article or advertise in the magazine again. Oh, this is not going to help their ad revenue. Thank you, Builder Cape Cod. What a beautiful place to work. Lorena Jenks says, this is why they will not release her emails. Huh. That makes sense, right? Helena Rafferty, did she retire? She retired at some point, right? She spoke to Gretchen Voss, trying so hard, begging, it says, begging them to help, begging them to help. There was an enormous amount at stake. What, if Karen Read wasn't convicted? What was going to happen? Canton PD was going to crumble. MSP was going to crumble. Everybody was going to crumble. She retired. Yep. Well, Helena Rafferty is now a witness also. Thank you. I mean, I guess thank you. Begging them to help. She repeatedly reached out to Levy and Deitch. She told them that there was an enormous amount at stake, that if they didn't do something, allowing the intimidation of witnesses to continue would set a precedent, allowing the whole justice symbol to crumble, she says. Yep, this too. Sounds like they're trying to wrap Deitch up in a conspiracy to try and not get him elected 100%. 100%. FOIA was done for Rafferty's email, and the emails are being held hostage. Thank you, Lorena Jenks. Wow. All of these people are now witnesses in the defamation case. This is fantastic. Great timing, Gretchen. They finally agreed to meet in the fall between Read's mistrial and the second trial. I had repeatedly reached out to Adam Deitch, like, these people are getting eaten alive. They're your witnesses too, Rafferty recalls telling him. Except Rafferty, we just learned from Brian Albert that he was treated as the suspect. The suspect. He said it. She printed it. It's right there. Go back and read it. When she arrived at the meeting, 9 people were seated around a large table, including Levy and Deitch. quote, I said, I'm coming in to beg for help, she says, and opened up a huge portfolio full of abusive letters and emails that had been sent to the witnesses, residents of her town. OMG. Who needs a copy of that huge portfolio full of abusive letters? Wow. I mean, wow. Did we know about this meeting between Helena Rafferty and Josh Levy and Adam Deitch? Did anybody know about this meeting? Is this new information? Listen, I can't know everything. So you tell me if this is new, wild information. That the police chief for the town of Canton, Helena Rafferty, had a meeting with the feds, went and met with Josh Levy and Adam Deitch and 9 people altogether around a large table and begged for help, opening up a huge portfolio full of abusive letters and emails that had been sent to the witnesses, residents of her town, all of the Canton residents, Jennifer McCabe, Matt McCabe, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Colin Albert, Chris Albert, Julie Nagel, all the victims of Turtleboy who live in Canton, the residents of her town. She says, quote, and I'm crying. I'm saying, help me, help these witnesses. This is crazy. She was like tears, like she was crying tears. When was this? Okay, after the mistrial in the fall. September, October 2024. When did she retire? Who was holding the thumb screws on this, do you think? If anything, Kitty says, it solidified Adam Deitch's determination to stop this. Great point. She retired in June of 2025. Thank you, Glam Masseuse. Huh. Right after Karen's acquittal. Interesting timing. Good morning, Cherie. Good morning, Jen Lee. I mean, it's afternoon now. New members, I'll put your names up as we keep going. She wanted them to speak up, to tell Kearney's followers, the FKR diehards, that these witnesses were in fact witnesses and not murderers. Who put her up to it? Levy texted her later. They had talked about it for a while after she left. Rafferty says he wrote, and there was really nowhere they could go with it. Oh, interesting. Levy stepped down in January of 2025 due to the change in presidential administration, and Leah Foley was appointed U.S. attorney shortly thereafter. Her office contacted Rafferty and other law enforcement figures involved in the case, including Commonwealth Special Prosecutor Hank Brennan, and let them know that the investigation was closed. Okay, so she's saying that Rafferty told her the investigation was closed because Leah Foley said so. The case had run for nearly 2 years, during which time they allowed Read to stand trial for murder twice without intervention, resulting in no charges against any of the witnesses or against anyone else. The only conviction from the entire investigation was one of the federal grand jurors themselves, who pleaded guilty to leaking confidential grand jury information. Oh yeah, I remember that girl. I forget her name. Something Leslie, I think. Jessica, I want to say like Jessica Leslie or something. Though Foley told her law enforcement partners that they could announce it and allowed lawyers for Brian Albert and Brian Higgins to state in open court that they were not targets of the investigation, her office never made an official statement. That left the door open for Read and her followers to hijack and misrepresent the news. Quote, I don't know if I believe that, Read said with a smile, when a reporter asked whether she was encouraged or discouraged by the Fed's decision to stop investigating the case. I have good reason not to, from the horse's mouth. Right. She was leaking about a different case. 100%. You're right. Did it have anything to do with Karen's case? I don't know if it was ever even revealed. Kearney's stated goal of influencing the jury pool, quote, we are trying to affect the jury pool. We are, he shouted at one rally. That's exactly what I'm doing. Appeared by his own metric to be succeeding. Jury selection for the state's retrial of Read began on April Fool's Day, 2025. It took 10 days and 591 prospective jurors to find 18 who were deemed fit for the trial. That's interesting because they were able to seat Lindsay Clancy's jury in less than 3 days, right? Happy 33 months, New Hampshire woman. The day the jury was brought back into the courtroom to ask a question amid their deliberations, 2 jurors appeared to look directly at Kearney, who was sitting in the media section, and smile. I was in the courtroom that day and saw it. After they delivered their verdict later that day, as they filed out, one of them appeared to look straight at Kearney and smile broadly. As after the case was over, the jury foreman, oh, that's Charlie Deloach. Let's put him back up in the corner. The jury foreman, who later said he didn't take a single note after the first witness testified, called the witnesses suspects in a post-trial interview, even though the defense was prohibited from mentioning the theory of their involvement in the crime during the trial, right? Because he figured that out by paying attention. And he didn't take any notes because, first of all, he has a photographic memory. And also, he said the first witness took the stand and he was like, oh, I see. This is how it's going to go. I don't need to take another note. Somebody said Turtleboy said that's not true about the smiling. These are her own observations, by the way. It's worth noting. Hold on one second. In addition to the harassment they continue to suffer, okay, this was published yesterday, so as of today, yesterday anyway, they're still continuing to suffer harassment. The witnesses now face Read's own lawsuit against them. Alongside the wrongful death suit that the O'Keefe family filed against Read in 2024, which is still ongoing, Read has filed her own civil rights suit against witnesses Jennifer and Matthew McCabe, Brian and Nicole Albert, Brian Higgins, and several law enforcement officials, alleging that they concocted a plan, executed that plan, and framed an innocent woman to steer the murder investigation away from themselves. They've also filed a defamation case against her. Wonder if she'll bring that up. Quote, Adam Deitch is a sitting U.S. attorney, Read is heard telling Kearney in a phone call recorded in the months after her acquittal. She was warning Kearney not to tweet about what she called her private conversations with Deitch and the lawyers. She continues, I really don't need federal attorneys knowing that I've leaked stuff to you, and now you're showing it off. Wow. Thank you, Erica, for gifting 10 memberships. You are so very sweet. Hold on one second. Hold on one second. Why is the chat on my phone? Not working. Hold on. Did the chat on your guys' end freeze? Gretchen is telling us everything. I mean, she's helping their case. People say total hit piece on Deitch and a campaign ad for Connor. The town appointed Rafferty as police chief in June of 2022, just months after Boston police officer John O'Keefe was found dead outside a Canton home. That's good info. Scott says the feds don't tell people when cases are closed. Rafferty is FOS. Yep, we know exactly what the Sandpaper documentary is going to be all about. Yep. Okay, moving on. Moving on. Thank you, Erica, very much for your gifting 10 memberships. You're amazing. I asked to meet Deitch to discuss Read's statements about him and his role in the federal investigation. He agreed, and we spoke for 3 hours over coffee at a restaurant in Milton. Oh, he agreed. I'm surprised. 3-hour meeting with Deitch. Okay, let's write that down. Adam Deitch. In the months before our meeting, Deitch had sold his East Boston condo, moved to Quincy, and left what he calls his dream job at the U.S. Attorney's Office to run for Norfolk County DA, the office whose handling of the Read case had been the subject of the federal investigation he led. He told me that he heard. He told me, oh, I just lost my place. He told me that he had heard the recording of Read, but denied that he had ever had private conversations with her. I've never met Karen Read or communicated with Karen Read, he said. I did send thank you notes to her and her family after they contributed to my campaign, and I'm proud to have the support of anyone who cares as much as they do about the change in Norfolk County DA's office. She doesn't say when that was that she met with Deitch. Indeed, Read and her family and her lawyers have donated to Deitch's campaign in each of the past 2 years. At press time, Read's family had contributed more than $5,000 and her legal team at least $9,000. Asked how he can appreciate the support of someone who, on the recording, describes what he insists never happened, he said, I don't know what she meant when she said that. 2 of Read's cell phones were seized by state authorities in January of 2024 as part of an investigation into witness intimidation connected to Kearney. The phones remain in the custody of the Norfolk County DA's office, while the Commonwealth appeals a March 2026 order to return them to her. Wait a second. The Commonwealth has not appealed that order. Is anybody aware of any appeal filed by the Commonwealth? Because that's what I was screaming at the last hearing. Judge Doolin said that they could hold on to the phones. I think it was Doolin. They could hang on to the phones pending the appeals, but the Commonwealth has never appealed. And that's why Alan Jackson was screaming at the last hearing that Cosgrove has a conflict, because Cosgrove, the special prosecutor, had to decide with Michael Morrissey what he was going to do next. No appeal has been filed. I didn't think so. So that's incorrect information. And then in parentheses, it says, on another leaked recording of a call with Kearney, Read said, do you have any clue what's on my phones that they took? She did not specify. Well, at least she didn't get that part again. That part wrong. Like, again, effing again. When I think it was Diller who put in his papers that she said, I'm dead. I'm effing dead. A lot of eye rolls in the chat. I can see it. Yeah, they have 30 days to file a notice of appeal. They didn't do it. So I don't understand why she just can't get her phones back. If Deitch wins the election, Read's cell phones will be under his authority. Kearney, facing charges of felony witness intimidation, made his own view of a Deitch win explicit. In a live stream in November, just days after Deitch announced his campaign, Kearney said, "I have no doubt if he was elected district attorney, I think my problems would go away. I would hope so." That's his opinion. Because he knows the guy has common sense. And he knows that everything that was done to Aidan Kearney was retaliatory, including Helena Rafferty going to meet with them to try and get them to bring charges against him. Begging, crying. She said she was crying and begging. I put Read's statements on the recording to Deitch. "I'm not going to comment on specific allegations or cases without seeing the evidence," he told me, saying that he has never communicated with or met Kearney. "If I have a conflict of interest in a particular case, then I will not be involved in the decision making of that case." And though he says the Norfolk County DA's office has been rife with conflicts, he declined to comment on any of his own. For instance, the chairman of his campaign committee, Michael, Lohnes, Michael Loans, is married to fellow Assistant U.S. Attorney Ann Peruti, who has co-prosecuted cases with Deitch and whom Deitch says is a close friend. Peruti was also the prosecutor for the federal grand juror who leaked confidential information in the Read case. She requested a lighter sentence than the judge ultimately issued. I don't remember if it was ever really revealed what that grand juror actually leaked and whether it was related to the Read case. I just don't recall. If you guys recall, and you know 100% for sure, let me know. The election is going to take place on September 1st. September 1st. Though Deitch declined to discuss it, talk of an apparent connection and conflict of interest has been circulating online. Peruti and Read went to high school together, and they were both in the Spanish Honor Society, according to a yearbook photo, and were recently, until it was revealed on social media, Pinterest friends. Oh, Pinterest friends. They were Pinterest friends. Oh my God, really? That's crazy. That is crazy. Emily C. says it was one detail about the CDL scandal, nothing about Karen Read. That's what I thought. But Gretchen Voss wants everyone to think that she leaked confidential information in the Read case. And why are you calling the federal grand jury the Read case when Read, they were not investigating Karen Read? But go on with your bad self. So many lies, says Law and Disorder. Oh my God, not Pinterest friends and the Spanish Honor Society. Yeah. Yeah. So here's the connection, everyone. That Ann Peruti and Karen Read went to high school together and were both in the Spanish Honor Society together, according to your yearbook photo, and were recently, until it was revealed on social media, Pinterest friends. Indeed, Read reportedly went to the wedding of Ann's sister, Trisha, who was also in the Spanish Honor Society with them. Wow. Just wow. So I'm sure that is absolutely 100% the reason why the Fed started looking into this case, because Ann Peruti and Karen Read were Pinterest friends and in the yearbook together. And that's so funny because you remember how Judge Canoni would not allow in any evidence of the relationship between Caitlin Albert and first responder Katie McLaughlin. Remember? Acquaintances. I went to high school with a girl named Caitlin Albert, and then there's all these pictures of her like sitting on her lap and hugging and drinking some beers and, things like that. It's a conflict of Pinterest. Excellent, Emily C. Well done. A conflict of Pinterest. Did they belong to the Facebook marketplace together? This is laughable because, first of all, that's not how the Department of Justice works with regard to opening investigations. You can't just call a friend and say, hey, can you look into this for me? And second of all of the close personal family ties between the Proctors and Julie Albert and Chris Albert and Caitlin Albert and Katie McLaughlin and Kevin Albert setting up Katie McLaughlin's interview. But the Alberts can go to Proctor's house for Thanksgiving, right? Right. I mean, do you think that the person who doesn't know anything about this case is going to just read that paragraph and laugh? Or do you think that they're going to think that that is a really interesting tidbit of information, and that Karen Read is responsible for getting the feds to look into the investigation against her? And the gasp was heard across Massachusetts as law and disorder. Wow. When asked whether he would reopen the investigation into O'Keefe's death, as he has alluded to on the campaign trail, Deitch said, "I believe the O'Keefe family has been fed a one-sided set of facts." Interesting. Although he speaks about the O'Keefes often while campaigning, he first contacted the family, according to Paul O'Keefe, only after Paul emailed him with several reporters CC'd, including this one. Well, Paul said he had been emailing him after the first trial, right? And tons of fun, 911, pointing out that Caitlin does or did work at the Attorney General's office as an investigator. That's interesting. Does that mean he believes the family is wrong, that Reed is responsible for O'Keefe's death? Quote, "If you look at the evidence that has been made public," he said carefully, "what's clear to me is that the charges did not match the evidence." Deitch highlights his work leading the federal investigation in his campaign, but says he cannot discuss its details. The investigation closed in early 2025 without charges. What it produced publicly was the text messages found on the personal cell phone of Massachusetts State Police Trooper Michael Proctor, the lead investigator on the O'Keefe case. Messages so racist and misogynistic they led to Proctor's dismissal and later the revocation of his law enforcement certification. I mean, she's reporting that the investigation closed in 2025 without charges as if it's fact. And that only actually produced publicly the minute amount of text messages that were revealed at trial, not everything that Rosemary Scapiccio uncovered that has later been quoted in Karen Read's lawsuit against the Massachusetts State Police and the town of Canton, and Rosemary Scapiccio's motion to dismiss papers in the case of Miles King. And yes, what it provided is 3,074 pages of evidence, accumulated evidence in favor of Karen Read. That's exactly what it produced. And it is true that those messages led to his dismissal. But what had happened was Michael Proctor was trying to get his job back. And it was only after the total phone extraction was released due to the work of Rosemary Scapiccio in the Miles King case. That is what led to revocation of his certification, right? Because he was trying to get his job back through the Post Commission. Or did they revoke him and then he was trying to get back the revocation? It is important to note that immediately after, Michael Proctor's attorney for those post-commission hearings was given a copy of the total phone extraction that he dropped in like a hot potato. And the very next day, Michael Proctor signed off on and withdrew his bid to try and get his job back. Deitch has appeared on the, here comes Emily C. Here comes Emily C. Deitch has appeared on the YouTube program of Emily C., a free Karen Read podcaster whose past segments have included mockery of John O'Keefe's mother and of the children of the witnesses. Deitch told me he was open to appearing on podcasts across the political spectrum to reach the widest possible audience. Oh, now she's disparaging Emily C. I don't see any citations for that allegation that she's mocked John O'Keefe's mother and the children of the witnesses. Those sound like fighting words. A few weeks after our interview, Deitch declined an invitation to appear on a show called The Forensic Room, hosted by supporters of the witnesses and the O'Keefe family. Right. The Forensic Room. They never reached out to Emily for comment or provided evidence. Thanks, Emily. There she is, Emily C. herself. I mean, why would they? She's just believing everything that they're giving her. She doesn't say who told her that. Comedy is not always pretty. Important to point out, the Forensic Room is I'm saying this, not the article, is run by or hosted by one of the hosts anyways, Carrie Lama, Jennifer McCabe's self-proclaimed best friend. The other three, I don't really know what their connection is to this. Julie Carpenter, Lydia, somebody, and somebody who goes by the fake name Tuesday Gazette. Emily, we get more views and subs now, says Chrissy. Laura says Gretchen does not provide receipts. Yeah, I mean, come on, she's talking about a bouncy house and a lobster truck. That wasn't even true, says Sarah Juror 13. Mitchell says Charlie Juror is laughing. It's interesting how their slogan is testify. Testify. That's their slogan under which they're trying to raise money for themselves. Or for the Haas defendants, Haas plaintiffs. Yuri Buchanan even tried to help raise money for them. Does the billboard even say testify? And they just actually want to do anything but testify. A few weeks after our interview, Deitch declined an invitation to appear on a show called The Forensic Room, hosted by supporters of the witnesses and the O'Keefe family. Instead, Read and her father, Bill, attended the grand opening of Deitch's new Quincy campaign headquarters. Is that illegal? Quote, his campaign to run for the office, Morrissey says, certainly provides plausible motive for misconduct in the investigation he led as an assistant U.S. attorney. What? His campaign to run for the office certainly provides plausible motive for misconduct in the investigation he led as an assistant U.S. attorney. Really? Now you're Morrissey is outright accusing Adam Deitch of misconduct in the federal investigation into you? Oh, them's fighting words, Morrissey. Yeah, she talked to Morrissey. He too was also interviewed for this article. We got a long list of people who were interviewed. Emily C. wasn't. Somebody said Marcy would know he wrote the book. He's insinuating that Adam Deitch is only running for assistant U.S. attorney because the reason he's saying, I don't know what the hell he's saying. He's saying that he wanted to run or take his seat for Norfolk County DA. And so he botched the investigation at the U.S. Attorney's Office on purpose so that he could take Michael Morrissey's job. Actually, he sold his home to move to Quincy because he was so outraged by your handling of this case, sir. Yeah, got to run for DA to protect those Pinterest friends. Oh, and there's Paul O'Keefe on the stand. Okay, then we're moving on to the next section of this long ass article. It's taken 3.5 hours to even get to this point. 5 minutes down the road from the Norfolk County DA's office, more than 400 supporters of the witnesses in John O'Keefe's murder investigation gathered on a March evening to raise money to defend themselves against Read's lawsuit. Okay, wait a second. 400 people went to a fundraiser for them? Did Gretchen go? That was in March? Okay, March of what year? March of 2026? $400 people went. Okay. That's fantastic that they had such a great turnout. Long tables flanking the ballroom were loaded with merch for sale. There was a silent auction featuring donated Red Sox tickets and Loon Mountain getaways. Designer upholstered throw pillows starting at a value of more than $600 had been donated by Natalie. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Natalie sells pillows. Does she sell them on Pinterest? Or can you sell things on Pinterest? I don't know. Etsy? Natalie was at the fundraiser. Natalie, the former Read Kearney intermediary who flew in from California to show her support that night. Wow. Throw pillows starting at a value of more than $600. Yes, this is printed in Boston Magazine. Just dropped yesterday. Yes, it has been printed. This is real. This is real. Inside, the crowd, which had grown too large for the dozens of round tables draped in white cloth, rose for a standing ovation for Peg O'Keefe, who was there with, she calls her Peg. That tells you a little something about the relationship between Peg and Gretch, who was there with her son Paul to support the witnesses. Brian Albert, too, was met with thunderous applause as he took to the microphone. Quote, this three-pronged attack was executed with military precision. It consisted of a vicious and unscrupulous defense team, an army of social media lunatics, and a highly unusual and unprecedented federal investigation, all coalescing, in my opinion, for the common goal of influencing the outcome of this case, he said. Brian Albert did. The system, he said, failed them at every turn. Quote, they allowed us to be lambs for the slaughter. It's the worst thing I've ever experienced. And that's saying a lot because I've seen a lot. I've seen the worst humanity has to offer. Well, I just want to point out to you, all of you, that the reason that Brian Albert and Colin Albert and Jennifer McCabe and Matt McCabe and Nicole Albert and Allie McCabe have all been subpoenaed to testify at depositions is because of the O'Keefe versus Karen Read lawsuit. Okay? That's the reason, and that is the case for which you are all being subpoenaed to testify at. That's the reason. It doesn't say where it was. It says it was 5 minutes down the road and there was 400 people. I think it was at a hotel. Petitioning activity. He even says right there, for the common goal of influencing the outcome of this case, right? Trying to get the feds, law enforcement, public to look into who really killed John O'Keefe, because John O'Keefe was not hit by a car. It was at a hotel in Norwood, someone says. Yeah, this was the first one. There was a more recent one that was at some club in Canton. This was the first one. The big one. At a hotel in Norwood. I know. Look at Boston Magazine, igniting the flames, right? Really putting another spotlight on these people. They allowed us to be lambs for the slaughter. Who's they? You know who's they? Michael Morrissey, Adam Lally, Hank Brennan. But to Hank Brennan's credit, he didn't call you to the stand. Adam Lally called every single person to the stand. Every single person. And, do you think Michael Morrissey had any direction or control over what Adam Lally did? And the reason that everyone in the public has seen your testimony is because Adam Lally called you to the stand. You were his witness. So when you say they allowed us to be lambs for the slaughter, I don't know who you're talking about. You're trying to blame this on the feds, but Adam Lally didn't need to call you. You didn't see anything. You couldn't testify that Karen Read was drunk. You couldn't testify that John O'Keefe came in your house. You saw nothing about nothing. Why did you need to even come on the stand, Brian Albert? Why didn't you just tell Lally, no, don't call me? I have nothing of value to offer you, and you know it. You don't need my testimony. So to try and turn this around on the feds, allowing you to be lambs for the slaughter, you knew, and Lally knew, that they had your group text messages. Tell him the guy never went in the house. They're at the Asian house. Lally didn't need to call you. And I don't think that the defense would have called you, by the way. So the reason that all that stuff is out there in the public domain is because Lally called you to the stand and had to get ahead of it. And some people surmise that the purpose for that was to secure some more charges against Karen and Aidan for conspiring to commit witness intimidation. None of you saw anything, heard anything. So maybe the person you need to be pointing the finger at is Michael Morrissey for forcing all of you, including your children, to take the stand when you had really nothing to offer. The money they raised that evening would go to defend against Read's civil lawsuit against them and to fund a lawsuit of their own. 1 month after the event on April 16th, Chris Maddie, the lawyer for the Sandy Hook families, who won a $1.4 billion defamation award against Alex Jones for claiming the shooting was a hoax, filed a lawsuit on behalf of Jennifer McCabe, Brian Albert, Colin Albert, and Brian Higgins against Read and Kearney for defamation, intentional infliction of emotional distress, and civil conspiracy, among other counts. Well, tell us everything. Again, I told you in the beginning, plaintiffs' attorneys take cases on contingency, but not this one. Because they used the money that they raised that evening with the 400 people and the $600 throw pillows and the Red Sox tickets. They used that money to fund a lawsuit of their own. They had to pay Chris Maddie. He wasn't going to do this for free. She's telling us everything right there. There it is. Because 1 month later, they hired Chris Maddie. And I'm going to point out to you something about the Alex Jones case. Chris Maddie, who was the plaintiff lawyer for the Sandy Hook cases, got a default judgment against Alex Jones because a judge awarded that to them for his failure to allegedly turn over discovery for a long period of time. And so there was a trial on damages only. It was as if the judge just gave them a win. And the only thing they went to trial on was damages. I don't even know if Alex Jones showed up. The Sandy Hook families were parents of the children who were actually killed at Sandy Hook. It's a very, very different case than this one. And after the $4 billion. And I think that was between a couple of lawsuits, like the Connecticut lawsuits, and there was a Texas lawsuit. Did he testify? He testified in the damages case? I don't know. I don't know because I really don't know. But what I do know is that after the verdict or the judgment, Alex Jones filed for bankruptcy, and I don't know that they've collected anything. I think it went all the way to the U.S. Supreme Court, and it's been determined that he cannot discharge this debt in bankruptcy, but I don't think they've collected any money. But they've paid him with the money that they received from their fundraiser. And I would submit to you that the parents of the Sandy Hook children who were murdered in that horrific shooting, that school shooting, are far more sympathetic plaintiffs than these plaintiffs. I mean, that's just my own 2 cents. You let me know what you think. Quote, this case arises from a multi-year conspiracy orchestrated by Karen Read and Aidan Kearney to subvert and prejudice the criminal justice process in Norfolk County, Massachusetts, the complaint states. Read knowingly destroyed the reputations and lives of innocent people to deflect attention away from her own culpability, it alleges. And Kearney received his information exclusively from Read and her legal team, made no independent journalistic effort to verify the accuracy of the murder accusations before publishing them, repeatedly ignored or dismissed evidence contradicting his narrative. That was pulled directly from the complaint. Maddie says that the lawsuit put it best. Quote, this operation to assassinate the character of innocent witnesses has caused incalculable harm, subjecting them to a daily tidal wave of hatred, harassment, and intimidation, he says. While the damage to them has been catastrophic, Reed's and Kearney's lies, which were amplified by a vigorous public relations campaign, have also poisoned the community's cohesion, tainted the criminal prosecution of Reed, and deprived the O'Keefe family and the Commonwealth of the justice they deserve. Chris Maddie is concerned about justice for the O'Keefe family. Okay. So I guess Chris Maddie also interviewed with Gretchen for this. I mean, is Judge Gilday going to have any grave concerns about this at all? Any? On his live stream since the lawsuit was filed, Kearney has called Maddie the R word and said Maddie would be his, quote, play toy for the next few years, end quote. He said he would destroy Maddie's reputation. Now's when we double down, mofo, he said. I have an army of people behind me. The witnesses had stayed mostly quiet through the investigation, both trials, and years of harassment. Wait, I'm sorry. Didn't they go on like 2020 or something? I remember because we watched that interview together. They've stayed mostly quiet because they've had other people doing the dirty work for them and trolling people and coming for people who happen to think that John O'Keefe was not hit by a car. Kate Peters said it herself on Young Jerks the other night. She has a whole team of people who have been working for her for years. The family Discord group, which we learned about from Kate Peters herself. Michael Morrissey was involved in that because he would send himself the URL links to it. At the fundraiser that night, McCabe stood before the crowd of 400 and spoke. Okay, so we now know that Jennifer McCabe spoke at that fundraiser too. Quote, we trusted the process. We trusted the system. We believed if we told the truth and endured, that would be enough, she said. We were quiet when quiet was right. This time, we're not whispering. Ooh, and that's how it ends. This story appears in the August 2026 print issue of Boston Magazine with the headline, Read Between the Lines. Oh, that's what it's called? Oh, so in the print edition, it's called Read Between the Lines. But in this online version, the title reads, hold on. Inside the campaign that acquitted Karen Read. What were they whispering? So much. Let's go to the chat because you have a lot to say back here. A lot to say. So much to say. So much to say. So much to say. Gravel Gertie said earlier, the David and Goliath story is one of the most iconic narratives in the Bible, symbolizing faith, courage, and divine strength in the face of overwhelming odds, living it in real time now. It feels like it, right? Gen X Gen X Jen says, this is why they didn't want the jury's sidebars released. Thank you, Legal Swag, for becoming a new member. Beth Ellen says, Auntie Bev would have jumped all over this if it was true. UK Anton says, Gretchen is Canton's Rita Skeeter. Next witness, hello. I was just talking about how great your new compilation video is about Colin's testimony. They hid Colin before. They are hiding Colin now, says next witness. Thanks for being here for 9 months as a member. Overruled. Sit down, says Leah Foley said in an interview about whether the case was closed. She said, we do not release when an investigation is closed. Well, thank you so much for pointing that out. Jennifer said, do you think that they only spoke for less than 1 minute on each of those phone calls that they didn't think it would register on a phone record? Oh, I don't know. That's an interesting point. Thank you, Deanna, for becoming a YouTube member. And many people are now saying eclectic justice for one. I don't live in Massachusetts, but now I'm going to donate to Adam Deitch. Wow. I mean, there's a lot of things in here that need to be corrected, a lot of things that are wrong. Tell me what it is in your mind was the most egregious of those things. Here's the people that I took a list of that interviewed with Gretchen Voss for this article. Jennifer McCabe, Michael Morrissey, Colin Albert, Brian Albert, an unnamed former U.S. attorney, an unnamed Massachusetts State Police detective, Paul O'Keefe, a retired FBI agent, anonymous juror from trial number 1 who talked about the bouncy house and the lobster truck outside, Helena Rafferty, who talked about how she cried and begged Adam Deitch and Josh Levy to prosecute for witness intimidation, and 9 other people. And apparently she interviewed Adam Deitch for 3 hours and Chris Maddie. We know because Turtleboy has talked about it. She also did interview Turtleboy, but she didn't mention anything about him. She didn't mention anything about it. Strongleg says, methinks Yannetti is going to go DEFCON 4 on this. I would think that you were probably correct on that. What do you think? I mean, hold on a second. Okay, this is the breaking news that so many of you were trying to bring to my attention earlier, and then I said, until I can vet it, I'm not going to run with it. But since Mark Betterow has actually already posted it on his Twitter account, we're going to talk about it right now. So hang on. Mark Betterow is a source that I can trust, and this has to do with apparently new charges being brought against Aidan Kearney in New Jersey. This is for immediate release 3 hours ago. Betterow says, yesterday we were notified about an Atlantic City, New Jersey indictment of Aidan Kearney, Dr. Turtleboy. Although this indictment remains sealed within hours, its existence was improperly leaked to third parties. Oh, that's interesting. I wonder who talked about it first. This prosecution stems from the civilian complaint of a New Jersey resident who intentionally contacted Mr. Kearney, hoping that he would publicize her long-term humiliation of a Massachusetts citizen who was the brother of John O'Keefe, the victim in the high-profile Massachusetts prosecution of Karen Read. Oh, this was the story he did about that woman who catfished Paul O'Keefe, and said that he was drunk on the stand and said that he was giving her signals in court when he was thinking about her. The complainant contacted Mr. Kearney to generate online attention, hoping this would grant her access to people close to the Read case. Mr. Kearney has never met this woman and has not stepped foot in New Jersey in years. The Atlantic County prosecutor's decision to present this matter to a grand jury is both disappointing and virtually unprecedented. It is clear that the prosecutor has serious doubts about the merits of the case and the credibility of the evidence. The indictment follows the complainant's voluntary withdrawal of a civil proceeding she brought against Mr. Kearney. She chose to terminate that proceeding rather than be subjected to cross-examination after a respected Superior Court judge entered critical rulings in favor of Mr. Kearney's right to free speech. After the civil matter concluded in Mr. Kearney's favor, the prosecutor sat on this civilian complaint for 7 months. On July 7th of 2026, the assigned prosecutor advised us that she had determined this matter would not be presented to a grand jury, and a decision was forthcoming about whether the civilian complaint would be dismissed or remanded to the municipal court. Within minutes of this update, the assigned prosecutor reversed course, now informing us that she had been directed, to immediately present the matter to a grand jury. She then declined our request to meet with Atlantic City Prosecutor William Reynolds. She further declined our request that Mr. Kearney be afforded the opportunity to testify as a witness before the grand jury. Right. So if you know that there's going to be a grand jury, you can ask that your client be allowed to testify in front of it. And obviously it's up to the prosecutor because there's no judge in there. It's just the grand jurors, the prosecutor, and whatever witnesses they decide to call. No citizen should be indicted for speaking freely and expressing his or her opinion about matters of public concern. A grand jury is entirely controlled by a prosecutor. It is a one-sided presentation with a low burden of proof. We are confident that when all of the facts and circumstances surrounding Mr. Kearney's indictment are revealed, it will be apparent to any reasonable person that his speech, which serves as the basis for this indictment, is protected by the First Amendment and New Jersey law, that he has not violated New Jersey's cyber-harassment statute. Attorneys for Aidan Kearney, XOXO, Mark Betterow, Linda Kenny Bodden, Darren Gelber. Well, there it is. There it is. That's interesting. That is interesting. And so that is the breaking news that I asked you guys to hold until I had it from a source like Mark Betterow. And that's interesting. What are the charges? I don't think it says exactly what the charges are. It just says we were notified about an Atlantic City, New Jersey indictment of him improperly leaked to third parties. This is the woman that reached out to him, right? Or something on Facebook. Oh, yeah, cyber harassment. Okay, so cyber harassment. That he violated New Jersey's cyber harassment statute. Thank you for pulling my attention back to the last paragraph. I was looking up in the first paragraph. Well, that's interesting, don't you think? I mean, sometimes you just can't make this stuff up. There's a lot of people that are out to get Aidan Kearney, and I don't know, just makes you wonder, doesn't it? I thought that Morrissey's hostage video was linked. It is. You guys want to watch it again before we start reading Aidan's motion to dismiss against Brian Albert and Brian Higgins? Oh, Ashley says, LTL, Kate Peter, and Mike Crawford knew about this yesterday. Oh, that's so interesting. That is so interesting. Huh. I wonder how they knew. Things that make you go, huh. It's good old times. This is good old times. This is DA Michael Morrissey's hostage video from August of 2023. Remember, keep this in mind, that he has not spoken to Julie Albert, Julie Albert, Chris Albert, or Courtney Proctor, because those interviews were not done. until the spring of 2024. And this is August of 2023. Keep in mind, it looks like he's reading from a piece of paper. There are some emails surrounding this between David Traub and others, somebody named Julie. And it looks like somebody's off camera holding a weapon at him while he's reading this. Unprecedented. I'm going to let it play totally uninterrupted for your viewing pleasure. If you haven't seen this before, buckle up. Remember, before the first trial, August of 2023, John O'Keefe was murdered January 29th of 2022. Aidan Kearney started reporting about this case in April, 4 months before this video statement is released. He would be arrested less than 2 months later, on October 11th of 2023, and incarcerated 2 months later in December for 60 days. Okay? Notice also that the law reporters behind him are out of order numerically, and that may bug some of you with OCD. Okay, here we go.
This will be the first statement of its kind in my dozen years as Norfolk District Attorney. The harassment of witnesses in the murder prosecution of Karen Read is absolutely baseless. It should be an outrage to any decent person, and it needs to stop. Innuendo is not evidence. False narratives are not evidence. However, what evidence does show is that John O'Keefe never entered the home at 34 Fairview Road in Canton the night he died. Location data from his phone, recovered from the lawn beneath his body when he was transported to the hospital, shows that his phone did not enter that home. 11 people have given statements that they did not see John O'Keefe enter the home at 34 Fairview that night. 0 people have said that they saw him enter the home. 0. No one. Some have, without any evidence.
Oh, wait, hang on, it's glitching. So I'm going to watch this on YouTube. That was the embedded video from
Pointed to 18.
The embedded video from Gretchen's article, because she put it right in her article so that everyone could go and watch it. And this is fantastic that now more people will see this. If they read Boston Magazine, they too can click on it. And he's telling us all about the evidence and why Karen Read's defense is BS. I mean, if you don't think this is, trying to influence the jury pool, I can't think of a better example of it than this.
18-year-old Colin Albert, a nephew of the homeowner, to that home.
Wait.
Never entered the home at 34 Fairview Road, and it needs to stop. Innuendo is not evidence. False narratives are not evidence. However, what evidence does show is that John O'Keefe never entered the home at 34 Fairview Road in Canton the night he died. Location data from his phone, recovered from the lawn beneath his body when he was transported to the hospital, shows that his phone did not enter that home. 11 people have given statements that they did not see John O'Keefe enter the home at 34 Fairview that night. 0 people have said that they saw him enter the home. 0. No one. Some have, without any evidence, pointed to 18-year-old Colin Albert, a nephew of the homeowner, and accused him of attacking John O'Keefe as he entered the home. But phone evidence shows O'Keefe never entered the home at all. Testimony from witnesses tell us that 18-year-old Colin Albert had left his uncle's home before John O'Keefe and Karen Read had arrived outside the residence. There was no fight inside that home. John O'Keefe did not enter the home. Colin Albert, the young man being vilified, was not present when Read's vehicle and John O'Keefe arrived on the street. This is a false narrative. Colin Albert didn't commit murder. Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, and Brian Albert. These people were not part of a conspiracy and certainly did not commit murder or any crime that night. They have been forthcoming with authority, providing statements, and have not engaged in any cover-up. They are not suspects in any crime. They are merely witnesses in the case. To have them accused of murder is outrageous.
I'm sorry. One interruption here. Didn't Brian Albert just tell us in Gretchen Voss's interview that when he was dragged in to testify in front of the federal grand jury that he was the suspect? Huh. Okay, but did you not speak to him, Mr. Morrissey? They certainly did not commit murder or any crime that night. How does he know? He's just, I guess they're just, ipsy dixit because they said so.
They have been forthcoming with authority, providing statements, and have not engaged in any cover-up. They are not suspects in any crime. They are merely witnesses in the case. To have them accused of murder is outrageous. To have them harassed and intimidated based on false narratives and accusations is wrong. They are witnesses doing what our justice system asks of them. The autopsy of John O'Keefe was conducted by a forensic pathologist from the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner. The doctor found that the injuries that left John helpless in the cold were not a result of a fight. She further found that the line of abrasions on his arm was consistent with blunt trauma, not an animal attack. A grand jury of everyday citizens heard the documented evidence and testimony before making a decision. The subject of that murder indictment enjoys the constitutional presumption of innocence. Why should the witnesses who have committed no crime be afforded less by members of the community? They should not be harassed for telling the government what they heard or saw. I'm asking the Canton community and everyone who feels invested in this case to hear all the actual evidence at trial before assigning guilt to people who have done nothing wrong. And certainly before taking it upon yourself to harass citizens who evidence shows have done nothing in this matter but come forward and bear witness. We try people in the court and not on the internet for a reason. The internet has no rules of evidence. The internet has no punishment for perjury. And the internet does not know all the facts. Conspiracy theories are not evidence. The idea that multiple police department, EMTs, fire personnel, the medical examiner, and prosecuting agencies are joined in or taken in by a vast conspiracy should be seen for what it is, completely contrary to the evidence and a desperate attempt to reassign guilt. Michael Proctor, the state police trooper, being accused of planting evidence outside 34 Fairview Road, was never at Fairview Road on the day of the incident. Proctor and his state police partner traveled together the entire day while other officers were processing 34 Fairview. Trooper Proctor was not there and did not plant evidence at 34 Fairview Road. In addition to having
I can't wait till the location data comes out from Michael Proctor's cell phone extraction. That's going to be wild, huh?
no opportunity to plant the evidence, as has been suggested, Proctor would have no motive to do so. Trooper Proctor had no close personal relationship with any of the parties involved in the investigation and had no conflict. And he had no reason to step out of this investigation. Every suggestion to the contrary is a lie.
Oh, wow. That's so funny. Now that we've watched the Julie Albert and Chris Albert and Courtney Proctor interviews with the Massachusetts State Police in 2024, which would be 6 months after he did this, when it was pointed out in court that Michael Proctor had close family ties and that the Alberts were like a second family to at least Michael Proctor's mother, who posted that on Facebook. Michael Morrissey had never questioned Chris Albert and Julie Albert and Courtney Proctor about their relationship. And you know how we watched those interviews at length. And this did not age well.
Proctor would have no motive to do so. Trooper Proctor had no close personal relationship with any of the parties involved in the investigation and had no conflict.
Oh, that's so funny, because Julie Albert, the mother of Colin, was his sister Courtney's nanny for 9 years. They had Thanksgiving together. Julie Albert said, or Courtney said, that Julie was like her older sister. That is so funny, because you never even looked into it. You just believed what they told you, and now you look like a fool.
and he had no reason to step out of this investigation. Every suggestion to the contrary is a lie. This should be seen for what it is and not used as a pretext to attack and harass others. What is happening to the witnesses, some with no actual involvement in the case, is wrong. It is contrary to the American values of fairness and the constitutional value of a fair trial. It needs to stop now. I am releasing this quoted statement rather than holding a news conference because my remarks need to be so narrowly tailored to the issue at hand while the prosecution is pending in Superior Court. But the message is the same. What is happening to these innocent people, these witnesses, is wrong and it needs to stop.
Needs to stop. Needs to stop. Absolutely needs to stop. Stop. Every time I watch that, it makes me angrier. You? Especially now knowing what we know about the interviews that were to come 6 months later that show exactly how close the relationship was between Colin Albert's parents, or at least Colin Albert's mother, and Michael Proctor's sister, and how they were always over at Michael Proctor's parents' house. And that Courtney Proctor called Colin Albert her little buddy since he was a little kid because he had anxiety. And that Julie wanted to get Michael Proctor a gift, a thank you gift. The same day that Karen Read was arrested. When all this is over, tell your brother I want to get him a thank you gift. To which Michael Proctor responded, tell her to get one for Elizabeth. They had a whole story about all of that. Wow. Needs to stop. This video gives me great. This video has been out there for a long time, but the more it ages, if that's even possible, the worse it becomes. Let me know what you think. Venus Blue Cupcake says, the insanity never stops, it seems. Deitch for DA. Listen, there's a lot of people who don't even know that this district attorney's race is happening, who live in Norfolk County. And I don't know how you guys can get the word out about it, but a lot of people don't even know that it's happening. Because people who didn't follow the Karen Read case probably don't even know. And a lot of people wouldn't get out to vote, right? On a September 1st. It'll be interesting to see what the turnout is like. Amanda Spencer says, I'm behind on the stream, but would this article not contain proof that his petitioning activity worked? This seems pro Turtleboy. That's what I said. That's what I said in my analysis. I found much of it to be very helpful. Thank you, Amanda. Cupcake X, thank you so much for tuning in from Australia. Says, request motion to refer to Voss's reporter extraordinaire. Request motion to refer to Voss reporter extraordinaire from now onwards as Gretchen Voss. Alas, redaction did not rhyme. Motion granted. Thank you. Super chat. Laura Blake says, Melanie, you're the best. Keep up the great work. Thank you so much. Pammers, thanks for your 10. Said it would be interesting to know how the Proctor family feels about Brian Albert saying their family were lambs led to slaughter. Although justified, the Proctor crew has taken the most so far, in my opinion. Thank you so very much for your 10. Overruled. Sit down. Says, what? The evidence shows that John O'Keefe was not hit by a car and a car did not hit John O'Keefe. I know. You know it. I know it. We know it. We all know it. All of us know it. Leah, thank you very much for your Venmo. Leah says, a Redditor said earlier that for years, the antis have said that a conspiracy between 50 people is absurd, yet are now claiming that Karen Read and Aidan Kearney somehow pulled exactly that off on an even bigger scale and created a movement which now includes thousands of us in their conspiracy. Come on. That's a great point. That's a great point. Betsy, thank you much for your Venmo. XOXO. Roberta sent this in the middle of the night. She said, Apple TV 2014, Whitey versus the United States of America versus James J. Bulger. Another must watch after Grant and Hank Brennan is featured quite a bit. I don't know if anybody's seen that. I have not. It's on Apple TV from 2014. Whitey versus the United States of America. Has anybody seen it? All right. let's get to what this title, what exactly this stream intended to be about today. But we got off on the tangent of the Boston Magazine article first. And so now we're going to get to the Aidan Kearney motion to dismiss the case against Brian Albert and Brian Higgins based on the fact that they are public officials under the law when it comes to the defamation case. Reefer's mom says the Haas defendants wanted some mention of Adam Deitch to seem negative in the article. They don't want him elected. Gretchen sucks. Love you, Mel. Thank you very much. And Joey 3 Sticks, thank you. Says, I wonder if Gretchen Voss timed her article to when the judge was considering whether to drop Aidan's charges via the mega motion. Oh, I'm sure. I am quite sure that the timing of all of this was intentional, including the fact that this Netflix documentary, I have no idea when this thing is supposed to come out. But I do have a Deadline article pulled up that we can look at after this. I mean, it still shows on IMDb Pro as being in pre-production. And the last note in there, I think, was from like 2024. So we can take a look if we have some time after this. This is not a very long motion. It's only about well, we've read longer, let's just say. We might not read every word. It's about 20 pages. I want to read mostly for facts because a lot of this is very repetitive and we've seen it all a million times, right? Sleepless Sleuth says the retired FBI agent is likely coffin diver. I don't think so, though, because I don't think it said that the retired FBI agent that she interviewed, it said that that person was like formerly assigned in Massachusetts. And I don't know that she was. I could be wrong on that. But if you do know that she was assigned in Massachusetts, it could be. And Johnny says Matt Damon's Karen Read project needs a Tarantino style Bonnie situation. Scene at 34 Fairview on 129 with a dead cop storage sign and Harvey Keitel as the wolf, but in a Ford Edge. Thank you, Johnny. Thank you, Johnny, for your 10. I appreciate you so much. And JoJo since 1980 gifted a membership. Thank you, sweetheart. And Yellow Ledbetter says Voss thought she was doing a thing by dropping this now. She will find out it backfired and all ED will be coming for her because of it. Just wait. I don't want anybody to go after her. I would not suggest that anybody do that. Because remember, she did say she received a lot of threats, and that is terrible. It's a terrible, horrible, no good, very bad thing. All right, this is in the defamation case. It is Jennifer McCabe, Brian Albert, Colin Albert, and Brian Higgins. I think this dropped yesterday. This is Aidan Kearney's memorandum of law in support of his motion to dismiss plaintiff's first amended complaint in part pursuant to Massachusetts Rule of Civil Procedure 12b6. Well, the one that we already read is the anti-slap motion. So the way that Jeff Pyle, who is in charge of Aidan's defamation team, is attacking this, he's got a two-prong approach. He's making two different motions. One motion to dismiss all claims based on anti-slap, which is everything he said and did was petitioning activity, and therefore it is protected under the anti-slap legislation and should be dismissed because of that. The second motion, pursuant to the Massachusetts Rule of Civil Procedure 12b6, which is a failure to state a claim of action motion, is filed only against Brian Albert and Brian Higgins. Karen's team filed their entire motion for both reasons altogether. I like this tactic better. And it reads as follows. Introduction. Two law enforcement officers, plaintiffs Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, have sued Kearney, an independent reporter, commenter, and content creator, for publishing allegedly defamatory statements about them. Under the First Amendment to the U.S. Constitution, public official defamation plaintiffs, like Albert and Higgins, are required to plausibly allege facts showing that the defendant knew that his alleged defamatory statements about them were false, or that he published the statements with a high degree of awareness of their probable falsity. Albert and Higgins have failed to plead such facts as to Kearney. Accordingly, their claims, all of which are based on Kearney's alleged defamatory statements, must be dismissed. In addition, the claim of all four plaintiffs against Kearney for violation of Chapter 93A, Count 11, fails to state a claim upon which relief may be granted. Under well-settled case law, 93A requires some commercial relationship between the plaintiff and the defendant. Plaintiffs have alleged no such relationship, so their 93A claim cannot proceed. Factual background. Aidan Kearney is an independent investigative journalist, commenter, and content creator. He operates a website, TB Daily News, and related video streaming channels. In January of 2022, Boston police officer John O'Keefe was found dead in front of 34 Fairview Road in Canton, the home of plaintiff Brian Albert. O'Keefe's girlfriend, Karen Read, was charged in connection with his death. In April 2023, Kearney began publishing articles and video live stream content about the case. Kearney argued repeatedly and forcefully that the evidence showed that Karen Read did not kill O'Keefe with her car. Rather, Kearney stated O'Keefe must have been killed inside Albert's home. Footnote 1, which reads, plaintiff's claims are based on the content of the allegedly defamatory articles and videos referenced throughout the amended complaint. When a complainant's factual allegations are expressly linked and admittedly dependent upon a document, the authenticity of which is not challenged, that document effectively merges into the pleadings, and the trial court can review it in deciding a motion to dismiss under 12b-6. Further, matters of public record, such as official reports and trial testimony, are fair game in adjudicating Rule 12b-6 motions, and a court's reference to such matters does not convert a motion to dismiss into a motion for summary judgment. And you'll remember when we went over the amended complaint, I said all of these footnotes that are hyperlinked to all of his streams are going to be a problem for them because the judge is going to be allowed to consider them in a motion to dismiss because they are part of the complaint. And we clicked on and watched every single one. Kearney surveyed the evidence derived from court filings and concluded that it pointed strongly to the involvement of Jennifer McCabe, Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, and or Colin Albert in the death of O'Keefe, and that these individuals conspired to cover up that killing. At the time of O'Keefe's death, Brian Albert was a sergeant in the Boston Police Department. Oh, please. And then they are citing the amended complaint and the trial transcript of Brian Albert, which is attached to this motion. And that's why it's like 96 pages. Question, and what did you retire from? Answer, Boston Police Department. Question, and how long were you a member of the Boston Police Department? Answer, approximately 30 years. Plaintiff Brian Higgins was and remains a special agent with the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives. So it seems like Higgins is still on the job. In their first amended complaint filed on June 5th, 2026, plaintiffs bring claims against Kearney for defamation, intentional and negligent infliction of emotional distress, civil conspiracy, and violation of Chapter 93A. All of these counts are based on Kearney's allegedly defamatory statements implicating plaintiffs in the killing of O'Keefe and its cover-up. Argument. I'm thinking of the article. Argument. 1. The defamation claims of public official plaintiffs Brian Albert and Brian Higgins must be dismissed for failure to plead facts showing that Kearney knew his statements about them were false or that he published them with reckless disregard for the truth. I said this also when we went over the amended complaint, that it wasn't pled with enough specificity with regard to each plaintiff individually, and that could also be a problem for them, which is also another reason why I thought it was improper for one attorney to be representing all of these plaintiffs who have differing interests here. Some of them are public officials, some of them are not, some of them are related, some of them are not. And to me, that's a conflict of interest for the attorney. They could have all the plaintiffs wave off on it, but I hope that they did. To prevail on a claim for defamation, a plaintiff must establish that 1, the defendant published a defamatory statement of and concerning the plaintiff. 2, the statement was a false statement of fact as opposed to opinion. 3, that the defendant was at fault for making the statement and any privilege that may have attached to the statement was abused. And 4, the plaintiffs suffered damages as a result, or the statement was of the type that is actionable without proof of economic loss. I'm going to skip through some of this case law. If a plaintiff is a public official or a public figure, he must prove by clear and convincing evidence that the defendant published the false and defamatory material with actual malice. That is, with knowledge that it was false or with reckless disregard of whether it was false or not. Here, plaintiffs Brian Albert and Brian Higgins are public officials, but they have failed to plausibly allege facts showing that Kearney knew his statements about them were false or entertained serious doubts as to the truth of his publications as required. As explained below, this failure requires dismissal of all other claims in this action. I mean, anybody who's ever listened to Turtleboy, even for 4 hours at a time, even for one 4-hour stream, knows that he fully believes everything that he has said about these people. And he's got receipts to back it up, and he investigated it, and he has a good faith basis, and he's done the research to back it up. A, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins are public official plaintiffs. Plaintiff Brian Albert served as a Boston police officer for 30 years and was a sergeant in the Boston PD at the time of John O'Keefe's death. And they cite the same portion of the transcript that we just read. And here it says, on January 28th, 2022, you were still an active Boston police officer, correct? Answer, yes. Question, what was your job title in January of 2022? Answer, Sergeant Detective. Plaintiffs allege that Brian Higgins is a federal law enforcement special agent with covert undercover responsibilities. Higgins has served as a special agent with the U.S. Department of Justice, Bureau of ATF, and has held that position for more than 15 years. Law enforcement agents at all levels are public officials for purposes of defamation law and the First Amendment. The SJC has held that because of the broad powers vested in police officers and the great potential for abuse of those powers, as well as police officers' high visibility within and impact on a community, police officers, even patrol-level police officers, are public officials for purposes of defamation. And here's a case from 2007 that says, under Massachusetts law, at least, police officers are public officials for defamation purposes. Another case from 2001, police officers are public officials for the purposes of defamation. That too is a Massachusetts case. And you know how Massachusetts judges love Massachusetts cases. Public official status extends to federal law enforcement agents like plaintiff Brian Higgins. And then there is some more case law backing that up. The fact that Brian Albert retired from the Boston PD after O'Keefe's death does not nullify his public official status. That the person defamed no longer holds the same position does not by itself strip him of his status as a public official for constitutional purposes. If the defamatory remarks relate to his conduct while he was a public official, and the manner in which he performed his responsibilities is still a matter of public interest, he remains a public official within the meaning of New York Times. Finally, Higgins and I'm going to skip all this case law, but I will leave it up on the screen in case you want to screenshot it and go back to it later because my voice is getting raw. Finally, Higgins and Albert cannot avoid. Wait, what did this say? Wait. Without question, this principle applies to Albert, who was a Boston police sergeant when Officer O'Keefe died on his property. Finally, Higgins and Albert cannot avoid public official status by claiming that their alleged actions surrounding O'Keefe's death are unrelated to the performance of their official duties as law enforcement agents. The requirement to plead facts showing actual malice applies not only to statements about the plaintiff's official conduct, but statements about anything which might touch on an official's fitness for office. And few personal attributes are more germane to fitness for office than dishonesty, malfeasance, or improper motivation, even though these characteristics may also affect the official's private character. In their opposition to this, Higgins and Brian Albert both argue we weren't on duty at the time, so we shouldn't be limited in our defamation claim. And they also say we need more discovery. There should be more discovery. There should be more fact finding before you throw the case out. As a matter of constitutional law, a charge of criminal conduct, no matter how remote in time or place, can never be irrelevant to an official's or a candidate's fitness for office for purposes of application of the knowing falsehood or reckless regard rule of the New York Times Company versus Sullivan. Right. Question: was it Aidan's fault that Brian Albert and Brian Higgins got rid of their phones like right before that preservation order? Right. Exactly. And Chad says it was a Boston cop on Brian's lawn, so why would he respond to that? LOL. Right. They never went into the house to search it. Yeah, Life Between Books says amazing that Colin Albert can do an interview while at military training. She could have been working on this piece for months, and I think that she probably was, because it goes all the way back to that. What did she say? That fundraiser was in March. Maybe he interviewed with Gretchen Voss before he left, is what I'm thinking. But he couldn't possibly appear for a deposition. Okay, so now we're talking about the public officials, in this case, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins. In order to survive this motion to dismiss, they had to allege sufficient facts to establish that Aidan Kearney knew that the statements he were making were false, or that he acted with reckless disregard for their truth or falsity. And here's a case that says that the actual malice test is subjective. That's actual malice, whether he acted with reckless disregard for their truth or falsity. That is subjective. And goes on to further state that information was available, which would cause a reasonably prudent man to entertain serious doubts, is not sufficient to satisfy this demanding standard. Evidence of ill will or spite is insufficient standing alone to establish actual malice. And here, in the context of defamation, the term actual malice does not mean the defendant's dislike of, hatred of, or ill will toward the plaintiff. Rather, cases define reckless disregard variously as a defamer's having serious doubts about a statement's falsity, or actually having a high degree of awareness of probable falsity or suspecting falsity and purposefully, not just negligently, avoiding the truth. On a motion to dismiss, courts examine whether the defamation plaintiff has laid out enough facts from which malice might reasonably be inferred. Oh, they got all of the jurors seated in Lindsay Clancy. Yes, openings are going to be tomorrow, and we will be covering day one tomorrow. I have made the personal decision not to cover Lindsay Clancy gavel to gavel for my own personal mental health. Being a mother of 5, I'm finding despite the fact that we covered it extensively pre-trial, I think because it's going to go on for 6 to 8 weeks, it is going to be more horrific than even I can handle, and that many of my viewers can even handle. Oh, they moved it to Monday? Openings are going to be Monday? Originally, they had said it was going to be tomorrow. Okay, so we don't have to worry about that till Monday, I guess. Thank you, Suze. But when Ian Whiffen testifies, we're watching. Day one, we're watching. Closings, we'll watch. We'll recap. We'll talk about it. I want to watch the experts because I think a lot more awareness needs to be brought to postpartum psychosis and postpartum in general. Okay, moving on. Back to the papers. On a motion to dismiss, courts examine whether the defamation plaintiff has laid out enough facts from which malice might reasonably be inferred, meaning his well-pleaded facts must nudge his actual malice claim across the line from conceivable to plausible. Mere labels and conclusions are not sufficient to plead the required state of mind. In determining whether actual malice is sufficiently pleaded, courts must isolate and ignore statements in the complaint that simply offer legal labels and conclusions or merely rehash cause of action elements. Rather, to satisfy the actual malice requirement, the plaintiff must point to sufficient evidence to permit the conclusion that the defendant, in fact, entertained serious doubts as to the truth of his publications or actually had a high degree of awareness of probable falsity. Due to the difficulty in proving actual malice, as well as the fact that actual malice must be proven by clear and convincing evidence in order for a plaintiff to succeed, courts recognize that Rule 12b-6 should play a particularly important role in testing the plausibility of a plaintiff's defamation claim. Evaluating a public official plaintiff's actual malice allegations at the Rule 12b-6 stage not only protects against the cost of meritless litigation, but provides assurances to those exercising their First Amendment rights that doing so will not needlessly become prohibitively expensive. Thank you, Margie. Margie says, after the Montgomery trial, I have passed on other child hurting cases. I like your approach better. I did not cover Adam Montgomery for exactly that reason. Just reading about it is something that I can never unsee in my mind, the things that happened to poor Harmony. I want to protect my peace. I want you guys to be able to protect your peace. And listen, Defense Diaries is handling it gavel to gavel. I'm sure they're going to do an amazing job. They are far stronger emotionally than I am. And also, as a side note, I want to be available in case the Sarah Grace Patrick trial does go ahead on August 3rd, because I haven't seen a decision on that yet. They've asked for an adjournment. The defense has. And I haven't found an order yet. I've been looking at the docket every single day in Georgia, and so far there's no order. And Josie Lou says she's not sure about it, Clancy either, because it's going to be emotionally draining during critical times. So much to do. Highly suggest Defense Diaries and their coverage. But on the days that I want to cover gavel to gavel with you for my own specific purposes, we absolutely will do that. Because Patrick Clancy, Lindsay's ex-husband, is going to be the first witness called by the Commonwealth, and that blows my mind. Like, they're calling Patrick Clancy first. He has stood by Lindsay this entire time and still does. And I want to hear what he has to say. I don't want to hear all the gruesome details of it because I'm very conflicted on this case, very conflicted. And so here, back to the papers, here, the amended complaint fails to plead facts showing that Kearney either knew that his statements about Albert and Higgins were false or that he actually had a high degree of awareness of their probable falsity. Rather, the amended complaint alleges at most that Kearney deviated from reasonably prudent conduct in making his statements about the plaintiffs, an allegation that is insufficient as a matter of law. And they go on to cite many paragraphs from the amended complaint, which is good because Karen Read's team at first did not address the amended complaint. They addressed the original complaint, which is no longer controlling, because when you file an amended complaint, that now becomes the controlling complaint And then at paragraph 157, for example, plaintiffs allege that Kearney was at fault for his allegedly defamatory statements because he received information from Karen Read's defense team and made no independent journalistic effort to verify the accuracy of the murder accusations before publishing. However, failure to investigate does not in itself establish actual malice, says pile driver Jeff Pyle, who happens to be like the king of all things defamation and anti-slap in Massachusetts, or one of them anyway. Likewise, while plaintiffs allege that Kearney repeatedly ignored or dismissed evidence contradicting his narrative, they plead no facts supporting this bald conclusion, much less facts plausibly showing that Kearney subjectively held a high degree of awareness of the probable falsity of his statements. Finally, plaintiffs allege that Kearney admitted that he protected Karen Read and lied about their relationship to conceal the source of his information, but that allegation has nothing to do with whether Kearney subjectively doubted the truth of what he learned from Read or her team, or from his independent reporting efforts. Otherwise, the amended complaint seizes on a text message that Kearney allegedly sent to an unidentified individual on May 7th, 2023, asking why Jennifer McCabe would have Googled "Hosslong to Dying Cold" at 2:27 a.m. if O'Keefe had been killed shortly after entering the house 2 hours earlier. Plaintiffs assert, based on this single text, that Kearney acknowledged the incoherence of Read's theory, but continued to accuse plaintiffs of the killing thereafter. I know it's weird not seeing me, but StreamYard, YouTube, I don't know what it is, but my camera's not linking up. Maybe it was from the storms the other night. I don't know. I can't figure it out. But there was a tornado warning, which is why my Dave Matthews concert, the last time I saw you, I was going to, was adjourned until next week because of the tornado warnings and the wicked storms we had here. I'll try and figure it out because I like seeing you too. The May 7th text message is woefully inadequate to plausibly allege knowing or reckless falsity for several reasons. First, the text message has no bearing on the culpability of Brian Albert or Brian Higgins, the two plaintiffs who are required to plead actual malice as to statements about them. Rather, it addresses the Google search conducted by Jennifer McCabe. Right. Second, and more importantly, mere days after the alleged May 7th, 2023 text message, Kearney published 2 articles showing that he had reached a compelling answer to his question of why McCabe had Googled "Hosslong to Dying Cold" at 2:27 a.m. because the people inside 34 Fairview Road had not yet decided to dump O'Keefe's body on the lawn and were considering whether doing so would adequately cover up the fact that O'Keefe had died inside the home. There it is. Again, the Afro Man effect. You brought this defamation case. Now you're going to have to suffer the consequences of all of this stuff coming out in the opposition papers to your defamation case, trying to get your case dismissed. The Afro Man effect. Plaintiffs expressly relied on and incorporated these articles by reference into their amended complaint, so they may be considered on this motion. What did I say? I said it. You know I said it. I don't know how many hours it took us to get through that amended complaint and clicking through all those hyperlinks, but boy, those were good shows. And that leads us to footnote number 2, which says, whereas here the plaintiff relies on documents to frame the complaint, the courts may consider those documents in reviewing the motion to dismiss without converting the motion to one for summary judgment. So that's the difference. This motion to dismiss on 12b-6 is made in lieu of an answer before discovery takes place in order to prevent the defendant from having to pay tons of money to defend frivolous lawsuits. And a motion for summary judgment is made at the end of discovery before trial to try and prevent it from getting to a trial. Okay. As such, okay, it says here, plaintiffs expressly relied on and incorporated by reference all of Kearney's articles and videos accusing them of involvement in the killing of John O'Keefe in the amended complaint. That's right. Now it's coming back to me. We did the original complaint first, and that took, there was 60 footnotes or something, right? That took a lot of episodes to get through. Then when the amended complaint came out, what I did was I put them side by side on the screen so that I could show you all the things that were added, all the things that were deleted. They did delete a couple of causes of action against Aidan. And we went through all of the new footnotes. So that's how we did it. It's coming back to me now. It's all coming back to me now. As such, the amended complaint fails to plausibly allege that Kearney made any statement after May 7th of 2023 with knowledge it was false or with reckless disregard for the truth, much less that all of Kearney's allegedly defamatory statements about Albert and Higgins over the following 3 years were made with that state of mind. On May 13th of 2023, Kearney posted an article entitled, quote, "We recreated and filmed Karen Read's entire journey the night John O'Keefe died," footnote 3, which reads in paragraph, there's a continuation of footnote 2 here, which says in paragraph 46, plaintiffs allege Kearney has published 545 parts to his Canton cover-up series, along with countless other pieces of content, including posts on X and YouTube, falsely claiming that the plaintiffs were responsible for O'Keefe's death. At paragraph 184, they allege that Kearney engaged in extreme and outrageous conduct because he published over 545 blog posts and countless videos falsely accusing plaintiffs of murder. Further, plaintiffs allege that Kearney's followers, in quotes, understood Kearney's continuing statements about the facts of the killing in light of his prior publications, thereby treating his articles and videos as a serial. Accordingly, the May 13th and 15th, 2023 articles may be properly considered on Kearney's motion to dismiss without converting it to one for summary judgment. Here's the other thing, too, that I said when we went over it. I said, another problem is that they don't timestamp anything. And so because they attach the whole entire video and the whole entire article and the whole entire YouTube presentation, the court can consider the whole entire thing. And he's absolutely right about that, as I was. Footnote 3 here says, Aidan Kearney, we recreated and filmed Karen Read's entire journey the night John O'Keefe died. Turtleboy Daily News, May 13th, 2023. That too is hyperlinked. And I don't know if that is something new or if that is something that we already looked at. But that link is not dead. Many of the links that they attached to their complaint, were dead. That is not a dead one. In the article, Kearney described how on May 12, 2024, he and a videographer traveled to Canton and recreated the route that Read would have taken from the bar to the house at 34 Fairview Road on the evening that O'Keefe died. We examined who had cameras along her route, filmed a man the size of John O'Keefe on the lawn of 34 Fairview, and determined if it was possible for Jen McCabe and other witnesses not to notice the body. 2 days later, on May 15th of 2023, Kearney posted a lengthier article describing his observations and conclusions entitled Canton Cover-Up Part 31. Recreation of Karen Read's midnight ride confirms defense timeline about when John O'Keefe went inside 34 Fairview. Exhibit E. Kearney wrote, quote, the most important thing I wanted to investigate was whether or not it would have been possible for cars traveling by, or the plow that went through multiple times, to not notice the body of John O'Keefe lying 12 feet from the curb for 5.5 hours, 12:30 to 6 a.m. See, he did all of his own investigations and his own experiments, and it didn't involve waving a cell phone around in a car up and down. The hills. Okay, hang on for 1 second. Footnote 6 is, wait, is that 5 or 6? It says 6, but down here it says 5. Oh, id. Okay. Id. Aidan Kearney can't cover up part 31, recreation of Karen Read's midnight ride, confirms defense timeline about what went on. John O'Keefe went inside 34 Fairview Road, May 15th, 2023. He's doing all of his own investigation. Okay. That's what they're showing here. In evaluating this, Kearney questioned whether it was possible that two witnesses who allegedly left 34 Fairview Road between 1:30 and 2 a.m. on January 29th of 2022 could have failed to notice O'Keefe's body if it had been lying on the front lawn. After visiting the house, Kearney concluded that those witnesses would have been much closer to John's body than Karen Read was when she drove by at 6 a.m. and noticed the body. There would have been less snow on the ground, and their line of sight would not have been obstructed by any trees. There's no possible way they did not see O'Keefe's body at 2 a.m. This is all footnoted. Based on these observations, Kearney concluded, quote, this means one of two things is true. One, they're lying about not seeing his body. Two, his body wasn't dumped outside yet. Initially, I believed it was number one, but the more I think about it, number two is more likely. Footnote 8. Id. Kearney continued, how does that explain the 2:27 a.m. Google search for how long to die in cold if his body hadn't been dumped in the cold at 2:27? Answer, Jennifer McCabe, knew that the plan was to dump the body on the lawn. The entire thing, Kearney concludes, was a cover-up. And again, all of these footnotes referring to the same article, Canton Cover-Up, Part 31. As such, the allegation about the May 7th, 2023 text message made in paragraph 55 of the amended complaint does not plausibly show that Kearney subsequently made any allegedly defamatory statement about the involvement of Albert or Higgins in the killing of John O'Keefe, knowing that it was false or with a reckless disregard for its truth or falsity. I mean, he did all the homework, right? He did the research. He recreated it. Finally, in a footnote, plaintiffs make a desultory attempt to establish actual malice by pointing to a remark that Kearney made more than a year earlier in February of 2022, shortly after O'Keefe had died. Relying solely on evidence the police had made available at the time, Kearney said, no doubt she killed him because the taillight was out. Obviously, the statement was made long before the filing of the defense motion to inspect Brian Albert's phone on April 12th of 2023. Which contained the damning evidence of plaintiff's involvement in the O'Keefe's death that spurred Kearney's reporting. The required state of mind is what the defendant knew and believed at the time of publication of each allegedly defamatory publication, not 14 months before. Remember that defense motion to inspect Brian Albert's phone, that Rule 17 motion was made April 12th of 2023 before Aidan Kearney's first article was published on April 18th of 2023. We have just learned around the time that the federal grand jury was ongoing and the defense made a motion to get Brian Albert's phone records before Aidan Kearney ever started reporting on this case. And then at some point in September or October of 2023, because that's how long it took Judge Cannoni to rule on this motion. Remember also, who was Brian Albert's attorney? Who was Brian Albert's attorney? Was it Greg Henning, who is a reporter for one of the local Boston news channels? I think it was. Oh, my chat is frozen. I have to wait for it to catch up. The required state of mind is what the defendant knew and believed at the time of publication of each allegedly defamatory publication, not 14 months before. No, Kevin Reddington represented Jennifer McCabe. I thought it was Greg Henning. that represented Brian Albert? Yes, Mary. Mary Cronin says, yes, it was Henning. Oh, your chat is moving. Mine was frozen for a minute. Everyone smash the like button if you haven't done so yet. WCVB. That's right. Henning. WCBV. Ultimately, the amended complaint does not contain a single fact showing that Kearney knew that anything he said about public officials, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, was false, nor that he subjectively doubted the truth of any such statements. Accordingly, these public official plaintiffs cannot meet the actual malice standard, and their defamation claim against Kearney must be dismissed. Right. Better with the Irish says that Brian Albert was on a TV show, right? Boston's Finest. How is he not a public figure? Well, they're going a step further, saying they're public officials. If you are law enforcement, and there is case law in Massachusetts that says if you're law enforcement, you are considered a public official for purposes of defamation cases. Okay. 2, Roman 2, Alberts and Higgins, Brian Albert and Higgins, other claims must likewise be dismissed for failure to plead actual malice. The other claims of Albert and Higgins all derive from and depend on the defamation claim, so they must likely be dismissed for failure to plead facts showing knowing or reckless falsity. Courts have long held that a plaintiff cannot perform an end run around the First Amendment's limitations on defamation claims simply by restating a defamation claim under a different heading. Here, each of Albert's and Higgins' other counts against Kearney for intentional and negligent infliction of emotional distress, civil conspiracy, and violation of 93A derive from publications accusing Higgins and Albert of killing O'Keefe and covering it up. And they go through each and every paragraph to prove their point, and then stating in parens what each of the paragraphs says, which I will scroll through slowly in case you would like to read it. Claims that grow out of the same nucleus of operative facts that spawn the defamation claim are subject to the rules of defamation, including the requirement to plead facts showing actual malice. Accordingly, all of the claims of Brian Albert and Brian Higgins in this action should be dismissed. I do too. Melanie Gore says, I wish that they would have tested all the male DNA that was found on John O'Keefe. That is true. Remember how many unknown contributors were found in the stains on his jeans? Unknown male contributors, at least 2. Some of the stains said 3. None of it was ever tested. Would that have put a whole different spin on this? Did the feds ever test it? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe we'll see. 4 on the shoe, 3 on the hoodie and jeans, says Lamassus. She knows it. Roman 3, plaintiff's Chapter 93A claim should be dismissed because the amended complaint fails to plead that plaintiffs had a commercial relationship with Kearney, right? They're saying that because Aidan Kearney made money on his YouTube channel and on his blog, on his website, that he was motivated by financial gain. And so therefore, that's another cause of action that they're suing for. The Massachusetts Unfair Trade Practices Act. They're alleging Kearney violated that by allegedly defaming the plaintiffs and profiting from his website and video content. As explained above, this claim is barred as to Brian Albert and Brian Higgins because it rests on the same facts as their defamation claims, which cannot proceed for failure to plead facts showing actual malice. Citing some case law. As to all 4 plaintiffs, however, the claim additionally fails because the amended complaint does not allege that any of the plaintiffs had a commercial relationship with Kearney. The courts of the Commonwealth have made clear that recourse under Chapter 93A is appropriate only where the parties were engaged in trade or commerce with each other and therefore acting in a business context. That's interesting. I have not researched 93A, so I'm just going to read to you what is written here. Massachusetts courts have distinguished between Chapter 93A claims involving two competing business entities and those involving persons engaged in trade or commerce. Here, we deal with that branch of the statute that prohibits the use of employment of a deceptive act or practice by a person engaged in trade or commerce. It says here, under Section 9, some business, commercial, or transactional relationship is required even for a claim to be brought under Section 9. Absent any such relationship, the plaintiff's 93A claim is frivolous. That is the argument. I thought that was kind of a stretch, but an interesting stretch. Stop and shop case law. Yep, it is a stop and shop case. Massachusetts courts have therefore held that where a business is engaged in trade or commerce but does not have commercial dealings with the plaintiff, a Chapter 93A claim is improper. Citing some more cases. Plaintiffs have not alleged any facts to establish that they and Kearney were engaged in trade or commerce with each other and therefore acting in a business context. They allege no commercial or business relationship whatsoever. They merely assert that they, like everyone else in the Commonwealth, are consumers. This is wholly insufficient. The mere fact that someone's a consumer doesn't give him standing to bring a 93A claim against an individual with whom he has no commercial relationship. And then they keep citing some more case law to back up their position. For many paragraphs, including a case called Cook. The facts of Cook are nearly identical to the facts of this case. Kearney published numerous articles and videos about the plaintiffs that allegedly harmed their reputations and caused them distress. Likewise, like the plaintiff in Cook, plaintiffs have not shown that there is any trade or commerce relationship between themselves and Kearney, which would entitle them to relief under 93A. Plaintiff's Chapter 93A claims, therefore, fails to state a claim. Conclusion: for the foregoing reasons, the court should, 1, dismiss the defamation claims by Brian Albert and Brian Higgins against defendant Aidan Kearney for failure to plead facts demonstrating actual malice. 2, dismiss all other claims by Brian Albert and Brian Higgins against Kearney for the same reason. And 3, dismiss count 11, the Chapter 93A claim, in its entirety, so as against all of the plaintiffs. XOXO. Aidan Kearney by his attorneys, Jeffrey Pyle, and a whole bunch of others, including Tim Bradel, Mark Batterow. This is dated June 18th, 2026. Didn't hit the docket until yesterday because they had to wait for the whole package to be submitted before they were allowed to file it with the court. Norfolk Tyranny says Pyle is such an astute lawyer. He really is. Don't you think? I really enjoy his writing. I enjoy reading it. I'm going to go to the side a little bit because you can't see me anyway. So you might as well enjoy season 26, episode 2 of the South Park episode, The Worldwide Privacy Tour of Harry and Meghan of Canada. Respect our privacy. Amanda says, Pyle is so good. I'm really impressed so far. They've also asked for a hearing on this motion. Whether or not Judge Gilday will allow it, we're going to have to see. Julie says, wow, they're really making this easy for Aidan because this just proves he did his own investigation. There is a response to the motion by the plaintiffs, which I do not have time to look at today. If you are interested, we can go over that another day, as well as the reply from Aidan's team. I looked at it briefly, and they say that because they are no longer law enforcement in the case of Brian Albert, and also because they were not on duty at the time that John O'Keefe was murdered, therefore the case shouldn't be dismissed. And then there's a reply to that as well. Yeah, finally, a link that isn't dead. Thank you, Villanelle, for tuning in from down under. I'm late, she says. I will replay the first 3 hours at work later today. Good. I'm glad you guys. I can keep you company while you're working. Gigi's engraving the silver clinks. Thanks for their 5. Packing up the ice cream truck. All silver clinks are engraved. I have extra when needed. Got my mosquito net too. Let's go. I love you with all my heart. I love you too, Gigi. And then Gigi with another 5 says, a police officer in his official capacity cannot be offended by someone's conduct. Just spitballing with you. Thank you. See you, Buff's mom says, agreed. Postpartum is my focus in grad school. Oh, that's excellent. Excellent work. There needs to be more attention, more public awareness about it. I really don't think it's discussed enough. And I don't think enough people know about it. And, I luckily did not suffer from any postpartum at all. And so it's even hard for me to wrap my head around it, how a mother could take the lives of her children in what Kevin Reddington is going to show, a psychotic break, over medication, crazy concoction, cocktail of medication. And I do believe that they're going to call, the Commonwealth is going to call Ian Whiffen to help with the timeline and the Google searches that Lindsay Clancy allegedly did, mapping out how long it would take her husband to get to the takeout place and Googling the restaurant and the menu. And it's going to be wild that Ian Whiffen is going to now come in and testify as to the timestamps that she made those Google searches, because that would be wild if Whiffen is going to do that. Right? I think so. Jerry Not Seinfeld says, Gretchen Voss, you're a clown. You're officially in the land of fake believe. You know the truth. Everyone knows the truth. You support corruption. You just jumped on the rehoming train. Thank you so much, Jerry Not Seinfeld, for your opinions. Thank you, Gigi, for your Cash App. She says, matcha on me. Debbie, thank you for your Venmo. Says, thanks for all your court breakdowns and the snark. I'm here for it. I'm so happy that you're here for it, Debbie. And Betsy, XOXO, says, let's get it. Let's get it. If you were timed out and you sent me an email, I can't answer your questions because I didn't do it. I didn't time anybody out. But I back my mods 100%. Sometimes it gets happened by accident. Kitty, thank you for buying me a matcha latte. I appreciate you so much. Sassy Unicorn, thank you for buying a matcha latte as well. She says, Kitty says, family time also often includes talking about your show. Melanie, I love that. Thank you, Sassy Unicorn, for your matcha latte as well. I'm going to need a lot of it. Is there anything that you guys want to talk about tomorrow? If Lindsay Clancy does not start until Monday, I thought it was going to start tomorrow. Thank you, Michelle, also for your matcha latte. She says, you're the best. When Voss did her interview with Karen, was it a setup to try and trip her up for information? This is the only way I can support, because I still can't super chat. I don't know why, Michelle, that is. I need a link to your channel to look into that. Somebody said earlier that the super chats were broken, but I don't know. YouTube's been glitchy. StreamYard today is obviously glitchy, which is why my camera has been disconnected and I couldn't get it working before the stream, which is why you can't see me today. And we are currently looking at a shot from South Park. Thank you, Jerry, for tuning in from Canada. Villanelle says, just because you make me laugh and brighten my day. Oh, thank you so much for tuning in from Australia. Jane says, that's a song. Jane says, curious what the New Jersey charges against Turtleboy are about. Does that have anything to do with Paul O'Keefe and that woman he was texting with during the trial? Yes. I heard 3 felonies. I don't know. It's cyber-harassment is all that I learned from reading Mark Bettero's tweet. I don't have any court filings. I don't have any papers. But you can rewind if you didn't see me pull up Mark Bettero's statement that he made about it earlier. Thank you so much. Yeah, the font in the YouTube app on my phone is changing for me as well. Like last night it was really big, and then today it is smaller again. I don't know what's going on. Cupcakes and Turtleboy was right, says Amanda. Thanks for being here for 17 months. Jerry Not Feinfeld said Aidan knew this interview would be negative, and once again, Turtleboy was right. Turtleboy was right. That reminds me to look at the Deadline article from 2024. Thank you for tuning in from Canada. Charlie Blue, thanks for your matcha latte and your super chat. Here's the Deadline article when they first announced this project with Netflix. And now we know because Gretchen Voss is telling us everything. And also Kate Peter apparently would not talk to Mike Crawford about it. But this Netflix project is the one that the Haas defendants and Haas plaintiffs are involved in, apparently. And this Deadline article was published July 19th of 2024. So this was right after the first trial, right after the mistrial. And it says Netflix greenlights docuseries on John O'Keefe's killing and Karen Read murder trial. Hold on a minute. What had happened was, it doesn't want to pull up. Okay. Netflix is going to dive deep into the death of Boston police officer John O'Keefe in a new 3-part docuseries. Well, it's been 2 years and so far nothing, but we'll see. I don't know if they're waiting for a better ending. The Canton, Massachusetts police officer was found unresponsive in the snow on January 29th of 2022 and was pronounced dead at the hospital. O'Keefe's then girlfriend, Karen Read, became the suspect and was charged with second-degree murder and manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of alcohol and leaving the scene of an accident resulting in death. Read pleaded not guilty to all charges, with her legal team arguing that she was framed as part of a conspiracy by civilians and law enforcement to protect the real killers. The murder trial was declared a mistrial on July 1, 2024, after the jury was unable to reach a unanimous verdict. Norfolk County prosecutors have announced that they intend to retry the case, while the defense has filed to dismiss 2 of the charges. Sandpaper Films is producing the docuseries with Danielle Johnson and Rob Miller serving as co-directors. Susanna Price and Henry Singer are on board as executive producers. Quote, the team feels immensely privileged to be bringing this important series to a Netflix global audience. It is a case that has garnered a huge amount of public attention and has far-reaching implications. The 3 co-directors said in a statement, we are also mindful that this is a hugely sensitive case and we are determined to treat all those involved with the respect and consideration they deserve. The true crime genre has been popular on Netflix, where the streamer has capitalized on producing docuseries like Making a Murderer, Killer Inside, The Mind of Aaron Hernandez, and American Murder, The Family Next Door, among many others. Well, let's take a look here. On IMDb Pro, which is the place that everyone goes for all of the most up-to-date news about projects in development, etc. And interestingly enough, this project is apparently entitled John O'Keefe. Okay. This is apparently titled John O'Keefe. It is a documentary crime series. And it says a docuseries examining Boston cop John O'Keefe's death and girlfriend Karen Read's controversial trial for his murder. The case ended in a hung jury in July of 2024, with prosecutors seeking a retrial while Read's defense aimed to dismiss the charges. Well, this has not been updated in a very long time. The last time it was updated here, you can see it was in pre-production, July 19th of 2024. And nothing has been updated since. It says Sandpaper Films is the production company. Netflix is the distributor. And it names cast members Karen Read and John O'Keefe. We do know, because people have told us, that all of the Haas defendants / plaintiffs have been interviewed for this. I believe Gretchen Voss is involved in it too. But what status it is at, it has not been updated since July of 2024, when it was in pre-production. So I don't know when this is coming out, if ever. And that's all. That's all I got. Thank you, Charlie Blue, for your matcha latte. Mopey, Massachusetts says, please excuse me, but did I miss your answers to my questions sent regarding Voss. Let me scroll back. Was it in super chat form? Everything that I have here has been addressed. Can you just put it quickly in the chat again? Mopey, Massachusetts. I'm going to scroll back and look. Those are the ones that are easier for me to find because they're in a separate column. I don't see any question from you about Gretchen Voss unless I addressed it earlier. Okay. Oh, Scott, you changed your name back to LawTube's Most Hated Mod. Yeah, I got a lot of emails in my inbox right now. Okay. So tell me what they are again quickly, Mopey, Massachusetts, because I got to go. Oh, was Voss sitting with the O'Keefes? When? At the trial? At the trial? I don't know. Does anybody know? I mean, I believe that she was in the courtroom. Trial number 1. I'm not sure if trial number 2 she was there. I do not know if she was sitting with the O'Keefes. So maybe somebody. Is she the one holding a framed picture of John? No. The one holding a framed picture of John was like an ex-girlfriend of John O'Keefe. That was an ex-girlfriend of John O'Keefe. She did not date John. No, that was a different person. I think her name was Tara or something. Tara Kerrigan, right? Tara Kerrigan, says Emily C. She was somebody who like went to the prom or something with John or dated him in high school and then like came out and started wearing like John O'Keefe jewelry and like it was wild. She was in a documentary or two. Yeah. I think Gretchen Voss sat in the media seats, but you guys remember Tara Kerrigan, right? That was wild. She was like an ex-girlfriend from 25 years ago. Now I remember. She would come in yoga pants. She was the old girlfriend. All right. My voice is on its last raw nerve. And so I will think of something for us to talk about tomorrow. I think I got all the super chats except for that one. So I'm not sure what happened to yours, Mopey. But thank you again for coming in. I'll think of what to do for tomorrow. You can also throw me suggestions in the comments. Donna, thank you for 3 matcha lattes. Always love your opinion. She says all the way from Ireland. And Gigi, thank you for your cash app for matcha on me. She says, you guys are the greatest. And Debbie says, thank you for all the court breakdowns and the snark. I'm here for it. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much. Stay cool, stay kind, stay classy, stay safe. And for God's sakes, don't believe everything you read on the internet. Thank you for joining me today for the dramatic reading that took over 3.5 hours of Gretchen Voss's new hit piece in the Boston Magazine. Let me know why you think she wrote that. Thank you, Mopey, for another. Thank you, super chat. And let me know what you think it's going to accomplish, because I think it was very helpful to Aidan Kearney and Karen, because it told us a lot of things that we didn't know. I do not think she intended it to be helpful to them in any way, shape, or form. I do think Yannetti is going to be hella mad. And I don't know if we'll see any retractions on some of the absolutely incorrect information and insinuations that she made here, but we'll see. I love you guys. I will see you. Thanks, moderators. I know this was not an easy one today, but I love you so much. And thank you, Dandy, for also becoming a member. Peace out, my friends. I hope to be able to see you next time with my face on camera. But listen, there's some YouTubers out there who never turn the camera on. So there's that. Emily, do not worry about this whatsoever. We all love you. We love you. We love you. It's wild that she pulled you out of everyone, right? It's because you got the interview with Adam Deitch. He sat down with her for 3 hours. I don't know how long he sat down with you for, but it was a long time and it was a great interview. And you're out there doing the Lord's work and you live in Norfolk County. So you take this very personally and very seriously because this directly affects you and your beautiful family. All right. And your beautiful family. We love you so much. I love you, each and every one of you, with all of my heart. and I'll see you tomorrow. Peace out, you guys. Share the stream out, hype it, do all the things YouTube likes. You know what they are. Love you guys.